Thank you, Your Eminence. And it is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today to address one of the most pressing issues of our time, the urgent need for global action against climate change. Our future depends on how boldly we act today. Croatia is committed to decarbonizing its energy system and accelerating its green transition. With the International Energy Agency warning of an imminent peak in fossil fuels, shifting away from them is not only climate-wise, but an economic necessity. We are doing our part by supporting our neighbors, starting with Bosnia and Herzegovina, to boost climate resilience and strengthen mitigation. Our achievements and investments in renewable energy reflect our dedication. In 2022, renewables made up 29.5% of our energy consumption, a figure that continues to grow. With projects like green hydrogen and geothermal development, we aim for 42.5% renewables by 2030. To manage intermittency sustainability, investment in pumped storage hydropower is crucial, and Croatia has strong potential in this area. Our efforts show that economic growth and environmental responsibility can coexist. Croatia has decoupled its strong growth from CO2 emissions, maintaining a carbon footprint well below the EU average. We are committed to protecting our environment and biodiversity, working to safeguard 30% of the Adriatic Sea under the Global Biodiversity Framework. We extend our energy commitment internationally, exemplified by the Clean Energy for EU Islands initiative launched during our EU Council presidency. We are advancing cutting-edge technology that transforms plastic, textiles, sludge and non-recyclable biogenic waste into zero-emission hydrogen. This innovation tackles pollution and energy excess while reducing methane emissions. Another crucial area in addressing climate change and adapting it to its impacts is improving energy efficiency in housing. Residential energy use remains a major source of greenhouse emissions and energy consumption, requiring much greater efforts. At COP29, financial considerations are critical, but our most valuable resource is time. We must act now. Croatia is pushing for carbon neutrality, expediting solar and wind energy deployment with an environmental vulnerability map and turning commitments into tangible action. Sustainable development must integrate environmental, social and economic dimensions. We rank 8th among 193 UN countries for sustainable development goals, achieving 3.6 GDP growth and proving that green growth is possible. We are embedding sustainability into our financial frameworks to drive our green and digital transition. At this COP, setting an inclusive climate finance target that addresses developing countries' needs and attracts investments is vital. Over the past year, catastrophic floods in Spain, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as in southern Croatia, have shown the devastating impact of rising temperatures. The Mediterranean, one of the most vulnerable regions, calls for urgent action. We welcome the establishment of a dedicated Mediterranean portfolio in the upcoming European Commission, led by Croatian Commissioner Madame Šuica. This initiative will strengthen EU coordination in the region, particularly in addressing climate change and its impact. We must act now to protect our people, economies and natural habitats. Croatia stands committed to a global vision of a sustainable, resilient future. Together, we must transform our ambitions into reality for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And it is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Mr. Petr Fiala, Prime Minister of Czechia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the President and people of Azerbaijan for hosting this important conference. Climate change is a serious danger for all of us. We see its devastating impact everywhere in the world. There are floods in Europe, hurricanes in America, landslides in Asia, and drought in Africa. It can increase some of our biggest challenges like health, poverty, and hunger. We all know the risks, but we also know how difficult it is to move from words to action. I am proud that my country, Czech Republic, has made some good progress. Since 1990, our carbon dioxide emissions are down by more than a third. Our energy sector changes to the core. We will discontinue coal, and we push for renewables and nuclear power. As I said in Dubai last year, I strongly believe that nuclear power is essential to meet climate goals. It gives me hope that nuclear energy is more and more popular around the world. We also see development in new technologies. Czech Republic has 50 years of experience with nuclear power. We are ready to assist any country that wants to use it in the future. This includes SMRs or traditional technology. Nuclear power has many benefits. It produces extremely clean energy. It is also very safe with the help of skilled experts and strong international standards. Yes, international cooperation, global action and innovative solutions are key to solve this crisis. But only reduction of effects is not enough. We also need to focus on adaptation. We must reconsider our priorities in many ways. We must help each other to change our countryside and infrastructure to manage weather extremes. In everything we do, our cooperation must be practical. When I look at the history of global goals, I see many fails. In many areas and regions, it is extremely difficult to fulfill the promises made. It is not likely that we will have more success with even stronger targets. We need to agree on reliable consensus. It must be ambitious and realistic. This is more important than bombastic declarations which are then impossible to deliver. It is good that the European Union wants to lead the way, but others must follow to make a real difference. That is why I really appreciate the commitment of major economic powers of the world. I am glad that they set good examples. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this conference is noble and necessary. We face hardships, but we must not give up. My country, the Czech Republic, is ready to do its part in cooperation with the international community, to build and keep peace, to prevent suffering, and to increase chances for good life for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mostafa Kemal Madbouli, Prime Minister of Egypt. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
أصحاب الفخامة والسعادة قادة الدول والحكومات.
Your Excellencies, Majesties, Heads of State and Government, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, may I begin by conveying to you greetings from His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the President of Egypt, who entrusted me with representing him here, giving me the honor of representing Egypt at this COP. And I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to greet His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev, the President of Azerbaijan, and I would like to wish our proceedings every success. And I'm confident we will achieve positive and constructive results at the end of this conference. The holding of this conference is marked by grave events which are deeply troubling, and major challenges which have led to loss of life and which pose huge difficulties. And Egypt calls for concentration on implementation in dealing with the climate crisis and catching up the delays in dispensing finance for loss and damage, especially countries that are deprived of technology and knowledge and who need capacity development in order to avoid loss of human life. Egypt has unstintingly called for strengthening the principle of solidarity and consensus and negotiation that take into account the differences among countries and disparities, as recalled in the Paris Agreement. Moreover, we have launched the Sharm el-Sheikh platform. This conference is an additional opportunity now to strengthen efforts for implementation pursuant to the Paris Agreement, and it therefore behoves us to guarantee funding for the developing countries, because when it comes to the African continent, we see that some 5% of its GDP is taken up by dealing with climate change. Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, seeks to ensure that there is an overall national process which takes into account environmental aspects, and we've launched a strategic initiative for 2030 and green transformation projects, as well as projects based on strengthening partnerships for producing renewable sources, so that by 2030 it amounts to 48%. Egypt has launched a national platform and project. Niue, as it's called, which means we shall implement, based on environmental projects and sustainable transportation in the main Egyptian cities. The African countries in general are suffering from a dearth of funding and are dealing with real problems in implementation, and they are called upon to take emergency measures which do not take into account disparities in terms of capacity. And we stress the need for us to have quantitative and qualitative goals, and the main goal must be met first and foremost by the developed countries. And customary loans should be replaced by contingency funding to take into account the real conditions for dealing with climate change in the countries. There's also a need to tackle the shortage of funding when it comes to implementation, and we wish the Azerbaijani presidency every success, and we are confident we will meet our expected aspirations. Thank you.
Your Excellency. And it is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of Greece. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we meet again at a pivotal moment. The climate is changing, and we are reminded of this fact almost weekly when another tragedy hits some part of the globe. and this reality gives our deliberations a new sense of urgency. Greece is a pioneer when it comes to the energy transition. Our emissions are down 45% versus 2005. Lignite used to provide much more than 50% of our power generation. Its share today is just 6%. We now rely on wind and solar for almost half of our electricity. We're insulating our houses and building a carbon capture value chain for our industry. And Greece is all in on the energy transition. Yet, to move forward, we must put this transition on a firmer ground. This is the challenge that I see. How can we deliver a transition that our citizens can accept and our companies can afford? How can we avoid a political backlash against this ambitious project? And we see this problem in Europe. Europe is a leader in renewable energy, but we still have higher energy prices than anyone else. We are the only region to impose a heavy tax on emissions. We are almost alone in defending the rules of free trade. Yet Europe accounts for a diminishing share of global emissions, only 6% in 2023. We cannot drive ourselves into industrial oblivion. Net zero must be part of a broader European strategy and not the other way around. We need a smart Green Deal, and I see 4 urgent recalibrations to get us there. First, Europe and the world must be more honest about the trade-offs involved in the energy transition. Yes, the energy transition will, in the long run, lower costs, but this transition will not be painless. We need to ask hard questions about a path that goes very fast at the expense of our competitiveness and a path that goes somewhat slower but allows our industry to adapt and to thrive. It is our responsibility to weigh these trade-offs carefully, not to whisk them away. Second, Europe needs a regulatory reset. We spend way too much on targets that in truth get limited scrutiny and enjoy limited legitimacy. We learned this lesson when we tried to bring the transition to our farmers. We cannot micromanage this transition. Each country must choose its own ambitious path. We must aggressively go after the easier emissions first and allow new technologies to mature. We must be ruthlessly technologically neutral. We must let innovation do its work. Third, Europe must rededicate itself to the internal energy market. Rhetorically, everybody supports the internal market, but in practice, Europe often stitches together 27 discrete strategies. We have sometimes a zero-sum mentality within Europe, rather than think about the European and the global interest in a world that is rapidly changing. And the easiest way to strengthen the internal energy market and to bring about the green transition and to lower electricity prices is to invest in our grids. The Draghi report was very clear on this. Grids are a European public good. There is no internal market without a massive expansion in our ability to transport electricity in Europe. And finally, we need to do more on adaptation. Across Europe and across the world, our citizens are faced with unprecedented climate shocks. We need more resources to prepare, to respond in time in order to save lives and livelihoods, and to help people and communities rebuild after disaster. We cannot focus so much on 2050 that we forget 2024. I am committed as ever to the EU Green Deal. Europe must and will remain a global leader in the transition, but we must be smart and pragmatic, focused on data and science with increased flexibility and with a renewed sense of the things that Europe united can accomplish. We cannot waver in our determination to address climate change, but we must do more to ensure that we can and must continue this journey uninterrupted, and without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Well, dear colleagues, this summit, for which I thank Azerbaijani's presidency, is called upon to contribute further momentum to the effort to limit the global temperature increase to within 1.5 degrees. In Dubai, we set ambitious goals, tripling the world's capacity to generate renewable energy and doubling the global rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030. Reaching this goal requires everyone's cooperation, starting with the major emitters of greenhouse gases and adequate financial support. During this conference, we will work to adopt the new climate finance target. Reaching a valuable compromise requires sharing responsibilities and overcoming divisions between developed nations and emerging and developing economies. Italy intends to continue to do its own part. We are already allocating a large amount of the more than €4 billion budget of our climate fund to Africa, and we will continue to support initiatives such as the Green Climate Fund and the Loss and Damage Fund, as well as continue to promote the involvement of multilateral development banks. But it is equally a priority that decarbonization takes into consideration our production and social systems sustainability. We must protect nature with man at its core. An approach that is too ideological and not pragmatic on this matter risks taking us off the road to success. Technology neutrality is the right approach, as currently there is no single alternative to fossil fuel supply. We must have a realistic global outlook. The world population will reach 8.5 billion by 2030, and global GDP will double in the next decade. This will boost energy consumption, also considering the increasing demand for artificial intelligence development. We need a balanced energy mix to enhance the transition process. We must use all available technologies, not only renewables, but also gas, biofuels, hydrogen, CO2 capture, and in future nuclear fusion, which could produce clean, safe, and limitless energy. Italy is at the forefront on nuclear fusion. In the framework of our G7 presidency, we organized the first meeting of the World Fusion Energy Group, sponsored by the International Atomic Energy Agency. We intend to relaunch this technology, which could be a game changer, as it can turn energy from a geopolitical weapon into a widely accessible resource. And then let's work for a new energy diplomacy to multiply opportunities for cooperation between the global north and the global south. Our destinies are interconnected, and from energy connections we can draw great opportunities. This is the reason why the Climate Energy Nexus is one of the pillars of our Mattei Plan for Africa, the peer-to-peer cooperation strategy that Italy is pursuing, and that I am very pleased to see Azerbaijan, as president of the COP29, has valued as part of the Climate for Peace initiative. Under the Italian presidency, the G7 has promoted new and concrete initiatives, such as Energy for Growth in Africa, to develop infrastructure for green energy production and distribution, and the Adaptation Accelerator Hub to support the world's most vulnerable nations in their climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. So, dear colleagues, like any COP, it is up to us to determine whether this will be a success or a failure. We know that we may not personally benefit from the results of the efforts that we are making. But this is not the important thing. I'm a mother. And as a mother, nothing gives me more satisfaction than when I work for policies that will enable my daughter and her generation to live in a better place. So, as William James would say, act as if what you do makes a difference, for it makes it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Dalton Emani Makamao Tajalagi, Prime Minister of Niue.
Honourable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, salam. I bring you all Pacific greetings from my government and the people of Niue. COP29 President, the government and the people of Azerbaijan, I thank you for the warm welcome and a great hospitality. Mr. President, as we gather to confront climate change together, we must ask, are we truly standing united with unwavering commitment to address and shared crisis impacting islands, territories and continents alike? The goal of staying below 1.5 degrees is slipping away from our grasp. For Niue and the Pacific region, climate change is our greatest threat. Despite the challenges of COVID-19 recovery, we continue to face mounting impacts and threaten our survival and resilience. We must work together to preserve our planet for future generations. Niue, one of the world's smallest emitters, bears some of the harshest consequences. IPCC 2023 Synthesis Report, it says while it is stark, it thus offers hope, only if we act with urgency. The report predicts that 127 billion will be needed annually by 2030 for adaptation in developing nations. However, adaptation financing remains below half of this need, currently under $50 billion. Developed nations must finalize the new collective quantified goal for climate change, dedicating at least 50% to adaptation and to fully support and fund the Loss and Damage Fund established at COP27 as a matter of justice for the communities already enduring the worst impacts of climate change, and request urgent, simplified and additional funding for small island development states. We call on multilateral climate funds to streamline access processes, making them efficient and accessible for the most vulnerable countries, for the Pacific and others at risk regions. Accessible finance is not optional. It is essential to ensure timely and reliable support for our people and ecosystems. Effective climate funding requires strengthened capacities within our nations. If the 100 billion annually climate finance target is realized, with 5% allocated to the Pacific, we will need the capacity to effectively manage and implement this support. Pacific Islands countries face an increasingly urgent need for adaptation finance as climate impacts deepen. Although new emissions are negligible, we remain committed to our national determined contributions and national adaptation plans. To achieve this access to the right technologies and resources is essential, as is the financing to implement them. Capacity building will empower us not only to meet climate goals, but to access finance effectively. Let us unite. Let us unite in solidarity at this COP and beyond to foster collective actions towards true climate resilience. I thank you. Psycho, God bless.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Philip Edward Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. May I begin by expressing my thanks to the President and people of Azerbaijan for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality bestowed on us. We wish you peace and prosperity. Your Excellencies, this past year has been the hottest in recorded history. For the first time, for more than 12 months, global temperatures have exceeded the warming threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are dangerously close to a line beyond which there is no return, a line that separates the world as we know it from a world that will be unrecognizable. Our choice today will either be remembered as the moment we step forward together or as the instant we allow the world to slip from our grasp. How will they judge us? Will they say we were too timid, too divided to say what we had the power to protect? Already the catastrophic climate events witnessed around the world have led to a major loss of life, property, infrastructure. And yet we persist in responding to these events as though they are merely unfortunate, isolated, and national. I ask you to look beyond borders, beyond flags. The fires that devour your forests, the hurricanes that shatter our homes are not distant misfortunes, but shared tragedies. What we endure, you endure. What we lose, you lose. And if we fail to act, it will be our children and grandchildren who bear the burden, their dreams reduced to memories of what could have been because of what we have saved. This is the fundamental principle underpinning this United Nations framework. None of us can achieve a solution by acting on our own, and none of us can escape the obligation to act in the best interest of ourselves and each other. Our survival is in our hands, and hope lies not in waiting, but in moving forward with the fierce determination to secure a future that humanity deserves. In order to protect that shared interest, now and into the future, urgent, serious action is needed to reduce carbon emissions. We know this. A continuation of current practices will lead to catastrophic rise in temperature of up to 3.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The current nationally determined commitments made for 2030 are not being met. Even if they were, you would still face a rise in temperature of 2.6 degrees Celsius or more. It is still technically possible to meet the goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius, but only if there is a G20-led massive global mobilization to cut all greenhouse gas emissions, as they are responsible for 80% of all carbon emissions. It is possible, but they would need to act dramatically and decisively, and action would need to start today. In the face of all of this, we still refuse to give up, refuse to lose hope. We cannot accept that our survival is merely an option. And so, in the Bahamas, we continue to play our part. We continue to preserve and protect the forests of grasses in our seas, which are estimated to absorb more carbon than the Amazon rainforest. If the Amazon provides the lungs to the planet, our seagrasses are its hidden blue heart. We will continue our transition to sources of renewable energy, and we will continue to pioneer the use of blue carbon credits to support the architecture of international climate finance. We want to play our part, but alone we cannot succeed in any of it. We simply do not have the resources, and each hurricane, each climate disaster leaves us with even less. Your Excellencies, we must not forget this historic achievement of the Paris Agreement. In Article 9, the special circumstances of small island developing states and least developed countries were addressed in its climate finance provisions. The numbers paint a clear picture. Small island states have spent 18 times more in debt repayments than they have received in climate finance. Our special circumstances require more action, not less. These provisions must urgently now be fully operationalized, along with the other funding commitments previously made. Merely describing the circumstances is not enough. And even as we now approach the 11th hour of an agreement, we are deeply concerned that some of the parties now systematically seek to erase this fundamental provision of the Paris Agreement. The greatest challenge we face isn't just political will, it's political change. We are witnessing governments come to power that are retreating from climate commitments, dismissing the Paris Agreement, and turning inward. This isn't a crisis we can afford to address sporadically, nor is it a battle that can be won in isolated chapters, written and erased with every election. If we leave climate action to the whims of political cycles, our planet's future becomes precarious, very precarious. The climate crisis does not pause for elections or to accommodate the sway of changing political ideas or tides. It demands continuity, commitment, and most of all, solidarity. Excellencies, the world has found the ability to finance wars, the ability to mobilize against pandemics. Yet when it comes to addressing the most profound crisis of our time, the very survival of nations, where is that same ability? It is time to turn ambition into action, promises into plans, and plans into survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Fileti Pinatala Tio, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President of COP29, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols duly observed, let me first of all add my voice to the chorus of expression of gratitude and appreciation to our host, the government and people of Azerbaijan, for the sincerity and largesse of their hospitality. President, I am delighted and indeed honored to speak at this Leaders Summit for the first time as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, a leader of a country that is not only one of the most vulnerable countries to the impact of climate change, but of a country that is also forecasted for more than 50% of its land territory to be regularly flooded by regular tidal surges in a matter of a mere 26 years' time, by 2050. So, President, I am acutely conscious and aware of the greenhouse emission trajectory we are on. We must therefore accelerate our climate action. This COP must be the COP that put us back on track to a 1.5 degree Celsius trajectory. And there is no time to waste. We must learn and respond appropriately to the lessons from the global stocktake. A clear direction from this COP is necessary, if not imperative, to urgently accelerate the deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies. As the Finance COP, we must conclude the new collective quantified goal on finance to ensure that it delivers the necessary finance to support developing countries meet ambitious mitigation and adaptation goals. It must also deliver the necessary loss and damage and recognize the special circumstances of LDCs and SITs. On the issue of loss and damage, this COP29 must deliver a clear process to ensure the necessary finance will be delivered to the loss and damage fund. We call for a consultation process that will explore innovative sources of finance for the loss and damage fund. This COP must also deliver a clear set of decisions on Article 6 relating to carbon markets. We need decisions that provide us with the necessary transparency and regular reporting that will instill confidence and assurance that the system is working. President, we would also like to see clear progress on gender issues. Likewise, Tuvalu upholds the noble UN principle of not leaving anyone behind. And in that vein, Tuvalu supports the inclusion of the Republic of China, Taiwan in the COP and related processes and in the UN and its specialized agency. Tuvalu sincerely hope that this COP's concluding decisions will deliver a clear signal that the world is promptly phasing out fossil fuel. Because for Tuvalu and similarly placed country, there is simply no time to waste. I thank you, President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate change is the single greatest existential threat of our time. Global temperatures are racing past the 1.5 degree threshold, with each year setting new heat records. For nations like Antigua and Barbuda, these are no longer warnings. They are devastating daily realities. Every year of inaction compounds our vulnerability and deepens the injustice that we endure. We cannot wait any longer for empty pledges to become meaningful action. For decades, wealthy nations pledged $100 billion annually to support vulnerable countries, yet these promises have largely gone unfulfilled. Now, as we discuss a new collective quantified goal, we again see proposals that complicate rather than commit. Wealthy polluting countries are seeking to shift responsibility onto elusive private capital instead of ensuring decisive government action to reduce and disincentivize emissions by introducing a global carbon tax to fund the clean energy revolution that is quintessential to saving our planet. To those who bear the greatest responsibility for climate change, I say this: the time for moral responsibility is now. The time for increased climate ambitions is now. If promises of support remain unfulfilled, then justice must demand that those promises are enforced. Today, we see consensus on a clear, substantial climate finance target at COP29 with adequate funding to help us adapt and to build resilience. We're calling not for loans that deepen our debt burden, but for direct investments in the form of compensatory grants to build back more resilient infrastructure that were damaged repeatedly by catastrophic climate events. This financing must be equitable, accessible, and debt-free if we are to achieve climate justice. We cannot continue to hear the same promises as our islands suffer and descend into despair. In the absence of real action from those most responsible for climate change, vulnerable nations are turning to international law. That is why, with a favorable opinion from ITLAS, affirming the duty of states to protect the marine environment, we will appear before the ICJ in December in solidarity with Vanuatu as champions of their case. If voluntary pledges remain broken, then international law will be our pathway to justice. This is no longer a choice. It is a necessity when commitments go unmet. My small island bears a disproportionate burden in this crisis. Nonetheless, we're determined to utilize our limited resources to build resilience to climate extremities, for we are resolved to secure our nation and our future. This is why small island developing states adopted the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, at the 4th SIDS conference in Antigua earlier this year. We know that while the bell tolling warns us first, that its sound echoes for all. If vulnerable nations
are abandoned today, tomorrow's toll will be universal. This COP29 must be a turning point where the world chooses justice over delay, responsible leadership over evasion, and decisive action over empty promises. Mr. President, we urge that this be the year that promises are honored, because time is running out. Time is running out not just for small states, but time is running out for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of Bangladesh. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I seek your permission to present the climate catastrophe in a different perspective. This perspective will take us from fixing climate destruction to stopping the further carnage. It's a big task and raises big questions. I seek your indulgence to share with you my long-standing dream of creating a world of 3 zeros. Our civilization is at a grave risk as we continue to promote self-destructive values. We need to mobilize our intellectual, financial, and youth power to lay the foundation of a new civilization, a self-preserving and self-reinforcing civilization. We, the human inhabitants of this planet, are the cause of the destruction of the planet. We are doing it deliberately. We have chosen a lifestyle which works against the environment. We justify this with an economic framework which is considered as natural as the planetary system. That economic framework thrives on limitless consumption. In order to survive, we need to create another civilization, another culture, a counterculture which is based on a different lifestyle. It will be based on zero waste. It will limit consumption to essential needs, leaving no residual waste. This lifestyle will also be based on zero carbon, no fossil fuel, only renewables. This will be an economy based primarily on zero personal profit. All that is on social businesses. This business, social business, is defined as a non-dividend business addressed to solve social and environmental problems. It will facilitate entrepreneurship for the youth. Young people will get prepared through new education of entrepreneurship. Education of creating job seekers will be replaced by entrepreneurship-focused education. Safety of environment needs a new lifestyle. That lifestyle would not be imposed. It will be a choice. Young people will love that lifestyle as a matter of choice. Each young person will grow up as a 3-0 person. Zero net carbon emissions, zero wealth concentration through building social businesses only, and zero unemployment by turning themselves into entrepreneurs. Each person will grow up as a 3-0 person and will remain a 3-0 person all his or her life. That will create the new civilization. It can be done. All we need to do is to accept a new lifestyle consistent with the safety of the planet and all who live on it. Today's generation of youth will do the rest. They love their planet. I hope you will join me in this dream. If we all dream together, it will happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Irakli Kobakidze, Prime Minister of Georgia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to address you on behalf of Georgia. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 President Designate, as well as the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan for their generous hospitality and for making this conference in Baku an outstanding success. This event marks a significant milestone, as it is the first time that a country from the South Caucasus region is hosting the conference of the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I would like to wish Azerbaijan every success in guiding us towards a fruitful and ambitious outcome at COP29, fostering a collaborative spirit and constructive dialogue throughout the negotiations. This conference comes at a critical juncture as climate change emerges as one of the most pressing challenges of our era, demanding the urgent global action and cooperation to confront its far-reaching consequences. Regrettably, along this journey, armed conflicts not only lead to profound humanitarian crisis, but also disrupt and slow the world's effort to combat climate change. Escalating impacts of climate change, including the rapid melting of glaciers and rising sea levels, are profoundly disrupting economies of the developing countries and jeopardizing the livelihoods of particularly vulnerable nations and communities. Regrettably, Georgia is no exception in facing harsh repercussions of climate change. In the recent years, acknowledgement of the links between human rights and the environment has greatly increased. During Georgia's presidency of the Council of Europe in 2019-2020, one of the 4 priorities was human rights and environmental protection. In the final declaration by the presidency of the Committee of Ministers, the Council of Europe's role as the guarantor of our common pan-European legal framework was underscored, emphasizing its responsibility in integrating environmental dimensions into human rights initiatives and promoting a rights-based approach to environment protection. This declaration laid the foundation for significant advancements in environmental protection within the Council of Europe. The Constitution of Georgia singles out the right to the environment as a basic right, while in the constitutions of a number of leading countries, the right of life is used when discussing the right to the environment. So does the European Court of Human Rights. In response to these urgent challenges, it's crucial that we remain steadfast in our commitment to halve global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Achieving this goal is critical if we are to limit global warming to the 1.5 degrees Celsius target set by the Paris Agreement. The government of Georgia is dedicated to fulfilling its national commitments by taking concrete actions to implement the Paris Agreement. To this end, Georgia is committed to submitting its third-generation nationally determined contributions by 2025, consistent with the aim of limiting global warming to within the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit and advancing the vision of Europe as the first continent to achieve net zero emissions. In preparing the new NDC, the government of Georgia is actively engaging key stakeholders by embracing an inclusive, whole-of-society approach. Regrettably, due to the ongoing illegal occupation of Georgia's Abkhazia and Skhinvali regions, the government is prevented from the possibility to implement similar measures in the mentioned regions, which consist of the 20% of Georgia's territories, with the aim to reduce harmful impacts of climate change and mitigate its implications. The outcome of the new collective quantified goal on climate finance will determine whether COP29 is viewed as a success. The NCQG must see a significant increase from the current $100 billion USD target and stimulate the alignment of global financial flows with the goals of the Paris Agreement. In this context, it's worth recalling that at COP28, it was acknowledged that developing countries would need close to $6 trillion USD by the end of this decade to efficiently address climate change. COP29 must also improve access to climate finance for developing countries and build capacity so that these countries can effectively utilize increased climate finance. In Georgia, we take our responsibility to address the climate crisis and have already undertaken significant steps to make a meaningful impact. Georgia is committed to ongoing efforts to mainstream climate action in the national budget through annual assessments, enabling us to measure the impact of climate change on our expenditures and economic development. This work identifies mitigation and adaptation costs and promotes partner collaboration, laying foundations for coordinating climate finance to enhance resilience and achieve NDC targets. Effective climate policy development alongside transformative programs and the decoupling of economic growth in developing countries depends heavily on the successful alignment of global financial flows with the Paris Agreement's objectives. Substantial financial support, technical assistance, and technology transfer to developing nations are all crucial for effective implementation of their ambitious climate targets. In conclusion, let me stress that Georgia is honored to participate in the COP taking place in our region. Let us begin the journey of turning our collective aspirations into meaningful results and a fight against climate change. We will work to support our neighbors and friends from Azerbaijan to achieve a successful outcome of COP29. Together, we are transforming South Caucasus region into the region of opportunities and success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Siausi Ofakivahafulo Zovalani, Prime Minister of Tonga. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Maloilele, and I bring greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga. Mr. President, I congratulate you for assuming the presidency of COP29. My delegation assures you of our unwavering support as you lead us during this vital global climate summit. Climate change has been, is, and will be the most existential threat to Pacific Island nations, including Tonga. The recent findings from the IPCC and National Climate Assessments once more underscore this fact. Tonga witnesses a concerning increase in the intensity of tropical cyclones over the past decade. We lived through Category 5 systems in 2014, 2018, and 2020. Our sea level rise has risen at an alarming rate of 7.3 millimeters per year. And this surpasses by far the global average. In turn, this has led to severe coastal erosion, frequent flooding, and the loss of crucial infrastructure. The incursion of salt water into lands has damaged groundwater quality. Rising ocean temperatures have caused widespread coral bleaching and a decline in marine biodiversity. The latest NDC synthesis report and UNEP emission cap report paint a sobering picture. We are not on track to meet the Paris climate goal and keep the 1.5 degree temperature limit within reach. We must accelerate the phase-down of unabated coal use and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Tonga has a negligible contribution to global greenhouse gas emission, but we are steadfast in our commitment to implementing the necessary climate actions and targets. As the current chair of the Pacific Island Forum, Tonga strongly reiterates the critical importance of commensurate and timely access to climate finance for small island developing states. We reiterate our call on developed countries to fulfill their long-standing commitment to mobilize $100 billion annually. We welcome the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund at COP27 and emphasize the urgent need to operationalize this fund. We call upon the Green Climate Fund to recognize the robust procedures of multinational organizations such as World Bank and encourage innovative approaches and partnerships such as the Save the Children initiative, in which Tonga is a pilot country. Tonga supports the Unlocking the Blue Pacific Prosperity endorsed by Pacific leaders aim to build effective ocean management, robust food system, and sustainable finance. In addition, our Pacific leaders recognize that we need timely, predictable, and scale-up access to climate finance and establish the Pacific Resilient Facility. This is Pacific-led, member-owned and managed climate and disaster resilient financing facility. We urge global partners to continue their support for these two crucial regional facilities. At the national level, Tonga established a Tonga Climate Fund to accelerate the implementation of our climate action and achieve our vision to be a resilient Tonga by 2035. We further echo the call of Pacific leaders for states and regions to support the 2021 landmark declaration on preserving maritime zones, reaffirming our commitment to safeguarding our maritime zones from the adverse impact of sea level rise. Mr. President, Tonga fully supports the bid from Australia to host COP31, as it will be known as the Pacific COP. In closing, I express our deep hope that COP29 will foster genuine partnership and cooperation among all parties, and we must honor our respective responsibilities, especially now, as time is not on our side. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Well, I decided to leave aside my well-prepared speech because in the meantime, since yesterday, I was watching the silent TV screens in the Leaders' Lounge, where the organizers have thoughtfully added green plants above the comfortable coaches. People there eat, drink, meet, and take photos together, while images of voiceless speeches from leaders play on and on and on in the background. To me, this seems exactly like what happens in the real world every day. Life goes on with its old habits, and our speeches full of good words about fighting climate change change nothing. Worse, as the UN Secretary General emphasized yesterday, carbon emissions actually increased last year from previous COP to this COP instead of decreasing. And ambitious goals are once again postponed in a world increasingly confused and deeply divided. I come here from a little country in the middle of Europe, Albania, where we are proud to have 100% renewable energy production. But what does it mean for the future of the world if the biggest polluters continue business as usual? Far be it from me to lecture anyone. After all, we are used to being lectured, not to lecturing others. But my point is, what on earth are we doing in this gathering over and over and over if there is no common political will on the horizon to go beyond words and unite for meaningful action?
And adding insult to the injury, some major and minor players even boycotted this annual global event. What does this mean? For a long time, we Albanians lived under the curse of a brutal history that left us in complete isolation. No individual rights, no freedom of movement, no hope for the future. Recently, we have been blessed with the company of the European Union, and for the first time in our history, freedom, individual rights, hopes and dreams have become part of our lives. But what is happening in Europe and around the world today doesn't leave much room for optimism. Though optimism is the only way of survival we Albanians know. And while my voiceless image plays on the silent TV screens of the beautiful lounge next to this room, I want to end by evoking here a story from Anas bin Malik. May Allah be pleased with him, and I'm a Catholic by the way, who narrated that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, if the day of judgment comes while one of you has a sapling in his hands, if he is able to plant it before it comes, let him plant it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Patrice Emery Trovoada, Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to express our gratitude to the Azerbaijani government for the perfect organization of this event at the utmost importance, which brings together world's leaders, civil society, governmental and multilateral organizations to reinforce the commitment to increase our ambition in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, to address climate finance, and how to turn key climate decisions into concrete action and solid plans. Being member of the Small Island Developing States, I would like to commend the Republic of Azerbaijan for its solidarity on the initiative to support islands. Excellencies, Sao Tome and Principe, an island country located in the Gulf of Guinea, stands out for its natural beauty and unique terrestrial and marine biodiversity, harboring species found nowhere else in the world. As a small island developing state, our country faces specificities and vulnerabilities that make it particularly sensitive to climate change. Although Sao Tome and Principe have a low rate of greenhouse gas emission, our populations every single day suffers the consequences of the climate change. These effects put food security, water resources, and livelihoods at risk, as well as compromising any development and resilience initiatives. Despite these challenges, we have made continuous efforts to adapt and to mitigate climate change, mobilizing climate finance for sustainable development and the protection of our ecosystem. Notable initiatives include the conservation of mangrove, the creation of marine protected areas, and protecting natural park on the island of Sao Tome, as well on the island of Principe, which has already been recognized as a World Biosphere Reserve. In line with the Paris Agreement, we are committed to reduce emissions by 27% by 2030. In 2023, starting with Portugal, we signed a memorandum to convert part of our bilateral debt into climate action, guaranteeing the preservation of natural capital, counting today for 5.3% of our total external debt. This kind of initiative could turn Sao Tome and Principe into a global example for how to reconcile debt relief and economic recovery with environmental protection. Today, at COP29, once again, tirelessly, we call for more funding for renewable energy, carbon capture and other green technologies for a rapid transition. Once again, we call for enacting stricter regulations and a fair and unified approach to the problem based on climate finance, climate justice, and common sense. We will not give up. We need to increase global public awareness as, independent of geographies, fact and science is unequivocal about the world's conjuncture worsening. We are leaders leading people, and it's our responsibility to ensure that our decision and action brings concrete benefits for them capable of shaping the future of humanity. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Deacon Michel, Prime Minister of Grenada. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, the President of COP29, esteemed colleagues, distinguished leaders, I extend Grenada's appreciation to the COP presidency for its commitment to leading us through this pivotal moment in our shared climate journey. Grenada, and by extension CARICOM, stand ready to work in partnership with you toward a successful and truly impactful COP29. What do you say in 2 minutes 30 seconds that makes a difference? I lead a country that this year experienced, for the first half of the year, a 15-year drought. And then on the first day of the second half of the year, experienced the earliest category 5 hurricane that devastated our islands of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And at this very moment, as I stand here, yet again, my island is being devastated by flash flooding, landslides, and the deluge of excessive rainfall, all in the space of a matter of a couple hours. That is the reality lived by small island developing states. And so it takes a lot of courage to come to this event. In fact, it's my first, it may be my last. The reality is, we're not here to beg. We're not here to ask for sympathy. We are here to say that it's one planet. It may be small island developing states today. It will be Spain tomorrow. It will be Florida the day after. It's one planet. It's one Earth. And the partnership that we are asking for, the partnership to finance climate adaptation, the partnership to finance climate resilience, is a partnership that works in the best interests of the planet and of all of mankind. So whether it's innovative financing tools like our catastrophic parametric risk insurance, or whether it's not using a big word like operationalize the loss and damage fund, but actually put the money in the fund and make it available for those of us who suffer the loss and damage, it's a partnership for mutual benefit. Because the lessons we learn in small island developing states of resilience, of adaptability, of sustainability is a lesson that we can share with the world. And that's all we're asking for, partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mian Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu taqullaha wa qulu qawlan sadida yuslih lakum a'malakum wa yaghfir lakum dhunubakum wa man yuti' Allah wa rasulahu faqad faza fawzan azima. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate my very dear brother, President Ilham Aliyev, for organizing a wonderful event to understand the calamities which unfortunately some of the countries have already faced, and some will if we do not act to counter those measures which are so important at this point in time to have conducive environment so that a country like Pakistan, which faced one of the most devastating floods out of climate change back in 2022, which left millions of people homeless. They were spending days and nights under open skies. Millions of acres of land in Pakistan submerged, and standing crops were completely destroyed. Millions of houses were absolutely submerged, and almost 1,700 people died. And of course, the loss to our economy was about $30 million. That was the cruel intensity of those floods. And this must be kept in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that Pakistan is one of those countries which hardly contribute 0.5% of emissions, global emissions. And yet we are vulnerable and in the list of those 10 countries which can, God forbid, face this kind of devastation again. My memories are still fresh. I was meeting people in Balochistan who were affected by these floods. A boy by the name of Ikramullah had lost everything. His entire village was erased from the face of the earth. His home was completely demolished, and his school was also submerged. And we had arranged his education to another part of Pakistan, and this boy is becoming a very productive hand of Pakistan, but not for all those who had suffered this calamity in Pakistan and other parts of the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is this opportunity that COP29 should understand, make this understanding loud and clear, that we will have to fulfill those financial pledges committed in COP27, COP28, and yet I think those huge financial commitments have to be materialized. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to raise this point that 10 years ago in Paris, we had failed to stop the rise in emissions and catastrophic global warming. And those pledges in Paris 10 years ago, which were made, have yet to see the light of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as the -1 emitters, we should not brave the impact of emissions realized by others without even the tools to finance resilience. Without climate justice, there can be no real resilience. And I wouldn't want other countries to face the plight Pakistan faced back in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is a resilient, hard-working and responsible nation, and we are fully committed to being part of the global climate solutions. My government has taken concrete actions to deliver on its commitment of producing 60% of all energy from clean sources and shifting 30% of our vehicles to EVs by the end of this decade. At the same time, Pakistan is going to go through a renewable energy revolution. Last year, Pakistan presented a comprehensive national adaptation plan, and this year we have developed our national carbon market framework. But we cannot do it alone. Pakistan needs international support to deliver on its climate ambitions. Ladies and gentlemen, the hammer is on. I'd not like to take more time, but let me say, developing countries will need an estimated $6.8 trillion by 2030 to implement less than half their current NDCs. The same goes for adaptation and loss and damage. And in COP27, Pakistan led this phenomenon by our very able team, led by Madam Shari Rahman. We believe that under Azerbaijan's able leadership, COP29 can transform into a finance COP by restoring confidence in the pledging process and scaling up climate finance. I strongly feel that climate finance must be grant-based and not add to the debt burden of vulnerable developing countries. Finally, Excellencies, 2 years ago, I warned, and I warned at the top of my voice, that the future would never forgive our inaction. Today, I echo the same warning with greater urgency and fullest energy at my command. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the causes, we know the solutions. Now, we must find the courage to act and act swiftly. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Daniel Nicholas Risch, Prime Minister of Liechtenstein. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear leaders, let me start by thanking the Republic of Azerbaijan for its effort in the run-up to this Leaders' Summit and for hosting COP29 here in Baku. The presence of so many states from around the world is a powerful sign that the fight against climate change is a key challenge of our time. Also, it underscores that only together we can find solutions. And noticing the slight critics on Europe and at least some European states in the introductory remarks of President Aliyev, I'd like to point to the fact that all European countries sent high-level delegations to Baku, and that I myself and a large group of prime ministers and presidents from Europe are here in Baku to show full support of COP29. Because one thing is clear: multilateralism must be our answer to the global threats arising from climate change. Our annual gathering is also a sign of enduring courage. Our world is experiencing a multitude of security, economic, political and social challenges. The number of conflicts and therefore also the number of displaced persons and humanitarian needs is steadily increasing. Climate change in particular has the potential to further aggravate global security risks. It is therefore crucial that we come together again to keep the targets of the Paris Agreement within reach. One thing is clear to me. It will be us who have to explain our children and grandchildren why we have not tried harder. With a quarter of this century almost over, we all feel the increasingly negative consequences of human-made global warming. The time is now for bold steps to keep these negative effects at bay. It is the challenge of our generation to shape the current political and economical system for a more sustainable future for all. Last year, we came together in Dubai and agreed on the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era, a crucial step to realize the steep and fast reductions in carbon emissions necessary. Liechtenstein has strongly supported this bold decision and encouraged all states to strive for the most ambitious carbon reduction targets possible. COP28 also marked the conclusion of the first global stocktake. The GST and the scientific evidence provided by the IPCC have laid bare the gaps with regard to climate action. These gaps need to be addressed at this COP and in the next round of nationally determined contributions due next year. Liechtenstein fully supports the outcomes of this first GST and intends to submit its updated NDC in early 2025, well ahead of next COP in Brazil. Let me be clear at this point. Producing ambition NDCs on paper is important, but in the end, the actual delivery and implementation of these targets will be what counts. It is not about leading by promise, but about leading by example. In this spirit, Liechtenstein has always taken its commitments serious. Despite being one of the most industrialized countries in the world, our carbon emissions have declined by 30% compared to 1990, while GDP is 5 times higher than back then. This was only possible due to strong commitments from our private sector to actively reduce their emissions and the adoption of ambitious policies. Mr. President, I hope that this year's COP will also mark a step change in the way we provide financial means for developing countries in need of support. As we have learned from the current climate financial goals, a quantitative target can lead to frustrations both with developing and developed countries. To counter this, we strongly advocate for a stronger focus on qualitative elements, adding flexibility and the foundation to the further scale up climate finance. Liechtenstein is already and will continue to provide voluntary climate finance, currently amounting to around $70 per capita. And we encourage all countries in a position to do so to also start providing voluntary climate finance. Looking ahead, our delegation is ready to engage in the upcoming negotiations and will support the presidency in its effort to achieve meaningful and robust decisions. We all may face challenges currently, but we are obliged to do our best to keep the goals of the Paris Agreement within reach, for us and for the generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Aziz Akanouch, Prime Minister of Morocco. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, we thank and congratulate Azerbaijan on organizing COP29 and for its unstinting commitment in preparing this momentous event. Under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God help him, Morocco has for many years played a major role in the energy transition at the international, national, and continental levels. And here, the Initiative for the Adaptation of African Agriculture, known as AAA, was launched under the auspices of His Majesty at COP29 in Marrakesh with a bold vision: transform African agriculture and protect the environment to tackle climate change. In close collaboration with the African Adaptation Initiative, the AAA initiative continued its action on three main tracks: improving soil management, increased access to water for irrigation, and the integration of resilient agricultural technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, in keeping with the enlightened vision of His Majesty the King, renewable energies in Morocco today account for approximately 40% of electric production capacity, a figure which will rise to 52% by 2030. Morocco has also begun updating its nationally determined contribution, NDC, and will be raising its decarbonization ambitions, and by integrating new structuring projects, namely desalination plants using renewable energy and repurposing biomass, as well as green hydrogen, with some of the most competitive solar and wind resources, as well as a proven track record in attracting investors. Morocco intends to play a key role in responding to the major challenges of carbon neutrality. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco takes full ownership of its responsibilities. However, these challenges concern each and every nation of this planet, especially the most industrialized countries. Natural disasters due to global warming, which are increasingly frequent and intense, are causing considerable economic and human loss and is affecting food security, health care facilities, and access to safe water. The world is awaiting concrete commitments coming out of this COP29 to accelerate ecological transition and to provide, in a spirit of solidarity, the necessary resources for implementing them. And here I would highlight sustainable financing solutions for adaptation funds and climate insurance mechanisms to enable the most vulnerable countries, often the least historically responsible for emissions, to strengthen their resilience. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Russell Miso Dlamini, Prime Minister of Eswatini. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency President Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellencies, Mukhtar Babayev, President of the 29th Conference of State Parties to the UNFCCC. I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III, Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini. A year ago, in Dubai, multiple leaders stood on this platform, urging immediate action to tackle climate change. Since then, our countries, Eswatini included, have endured severe climate-induced events. In our case, these ranged from destructive hailstorms to droughts that have upended livelihoods, especially in agriculture, a key sector for the people of Eswatini. Excellencies, it is abundantly clear that we are at a critical juncture. The World Meteorological Organization warns of an 80% chance that global temperatures will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels within the next 5 years. A catastrophic milestone. Meanwhile, the UNEP Adaptation Gap report
highlights an adaptation cost gap projected to reach up to $340 billion by 2030. After 30 years, the stark question is, are we failing? We must seize what may be our last opportunity. As Alexander the Great said, upon the conduct of each depends the fate of all. We must strengthen both our commitments and our collaborative efforts to tackle this global crisis. The recent UN Summit of the Future called for unity to safeguard our planet. Cooperation must genuinely address mitigation without placing undue burden on poorer nations or sacrificing nature. Equitable solutions for all people, profits, and our planet are imperative. Meaningful action also demands that no country be left behind. In this regard, we urge the inclusion of the Republic of China on Taiwan in our collective climate response to leverage their contributions. Effective climate finance remains essential, yet accessing these funds is overly complex for developing nations like Eswatini. We face frequent climate-induced disasters, compounded by financial barriers that reverse development gains. Disaster relief and climate finance must be simplified, streamlined, and expanded with a focus on adaptation, mitigation, and just transitions. As we finalize our NDCs, let us not lose sight of the ultimate goal. Together, we must commit to a world where future generations will look back on this moment as the turning point toward a resilient and sustainable climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mark Stephen Brown, Prime Minister of Cook Island. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
To the Honourable President of the Conference, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kia ora. I come from the Pacific, a part of the world that contributes 0.03% of carbon emissions to the world. The Paris Agreement goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius remains within our reach, but only if you act decisively. And when I say you, I'm talking to the G20 countries who contribute 80% of global carbon emissions. How many countries in the Pacific are doing our part in mitigation with ambitious projects for 100% renewable energy? The science is clear. The world is warming, and the transition away from fossil fuels is non-negotiable. As underscored by last year's global stocktake outcome, this challenge goes beyond economics. It is about safeguarding our communities' resilience, even in the remotest corners. Climate change is not a distant threat. It is a present reality that we face every day in the Pacific. And now, we see its impact in the developed countries, with Spain being the latest victim just a couple of weeks ago. We don't need to be enemies to each other. Climate change is and will continue to be the greatest enemy to all of us. We need to work together. Let me talk about climate finance. Climate finance is not just the catalyst for climate action. It is the essential ingredient. Developing countries need sufficient and reliable support to implement the Paris Agreement effectively. For small island developing states, specific finance provisions within the Paris Agreement recognize our unique vulnerabilities. A successful new collective quantified goal must reflect this. We call for minimum allocation floors on the new collective qualified goals for SIDS. directly linked with the provision goal. This floor should be no less than $40 billion in grant equivalent terms per year, a conservative estimate based on our pressing needs. To achieve meaningful progress, SIDS must have access to high levels of concessional finance. This means grant funding for adaptation efforts, not loans. It means grant-based finance for loss and damage response. Do the right thing by our countries. Don't make us jump hoops and then wait. Accelerating the financial support will bring us closer to the scaled-up finance and improved access envisioned by the Paris Agreement. While the Pacific faces the brunt of climate change through sea level rise, the erosion of small islands, flooding, droughts and extreme weather, inaction will lead to consequences felt globally, growing more severe with time. So let us ask ourselves, what if this was my home, my family? This shared sense of humanity should inspire us to work towards tangible, transformative outcomes over the coming days, ensuring that COP29 concludes with meaningful progress. These appeals have been voiced countless times, including by myself at previous COPs. Yet, here we are again, frustrated by inaction, unheard, and facing resistance to the necessary scale-up of climate finance. For the sake of those most vulnerable, we must set a path forward that aligns with the urgent realities we face. My country is ready, again, to play its part. The question remains, are we ready to act decisively and collaboratively for future generations? I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of Kenya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of government and heads of state, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring salutations from President William Ruto of Kenya, and I make this statement on his behalf. I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of COP29 and commend the people and government of Azerbaijan for hosting this historic meeting. Similarly, I congratulate the leadership of the United Arab Emirates for the historic milestones and achievements made at COP28. The COP presidency has called on us to act in solidarity for a green world and to drive actions on finance, energy, agriculture, cities, and human development, climate peace and climate peace nexus. I believe these bold areas hold a great promise in consolidating the gains already made as we escalate the fight against climate change, whose impacts are widespread. In Kenya, the impacts of climate change are an everyday reality. Currently, we are experiencing unusually warmer days, yet only 5 months ago, we experienced horrible floods that led to the deaths of 267 and displaced 281,000 people. The floods also destroyed critical infrastructure, including 1,967 schools, 62 health facilities. Besides, the droughts of last year destroyed livelihoods and killed over 2.4 million livestock. This troubling climate story is not confined to Kenya. Africa as a whole is already grappling with the climate-induced annual losses and damages on infrastructure, agriculture, water, tourism, and other climate-sensitive sectors, ranging from 9 to 12% of the continent's GDP. Consequently, this meeting is a demonstration of solidarity and intention to act together to change the tide and rewrite the climate story. I believe a green and resilient world is still within our reach during our lifetime. This finance COP can make it happen by agreeing to scale up the climate finance based on a new collective quantified goal,
quantum for not less than $1.3 trillion annually from 2025. This is key to meet the adaptation and loss damage needs of developing countries. The COP should also agree on quantum of not less than $5.8 trillion for the implementation of NDCs by 2030. Further, we must agree to deliver this vital financing both in quality and urgency, as well as with transparency and ease of access. This is crucial in accelerating implementation of the national adaptation plans. We equally need to agree on a global goal on adaptation, as we significantly increase ambition for the NDCs to limit a global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The COP should agree on the investment measures to triple installed renewable energy capacity by 2030. Enhanced cooperation on carbon markets under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement has a huge untapped potential to unlock the much-needed public and private capital. I am aware the current carbon markets are facing price volatility and misallocation of credits, lack of uniform standards, and climate justice. The COP must therefore address these issues and others in a conclusive manner and operationalize Article 6 through renewable bilateral agreements and centralized multilateral marketplace. The loss and damage facility has progressed commendably from Sharm el-Sheikh 2 years ago to Dubai last year. While I acknowledge the milestones so far realized, I urge this gathering to operationalize the loss and damage fund, as well as to fast-track establishment of a mechanism to handle unique needs of vulnerable developing countries. The response measures are critical in mitigating climate change. However, some measures have negative cross-border impacts on trade, food security, livelihoods, competitiveness, and development. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, global transformation to a low-carbon economy requires an investment of at least $4 to $6 trillion per year to support climate action. However, most developing countries cannot raise this capital due to high interest rates on loans, escalating costs of climate shocks, and transition and depressed fiscal space. We must reform the multilateral development banks to unlock financing at scale and to create incentives such as debt restructuring and sustainability, including the high cost of capital, borrowing, as well as scale and agility of climate finance. Technology and innovation are key to providing appropriate practical solutions and to enhancing efforts by developing countries to eradicate poverty. We must therefore break the hold-ups to technology and innovations to enable the developing world to leapfrog sustainable growth models. Similarly, we must enhance research and early warning systems to bolster predictive capabilities and avert calamities, as well as transform agricultural and food systems to cut emissions, develop resilience, and create job opportunities, especially for women and youth. Mr. President, to conclude, we need to confront the weak political will and the unsustainable economic interests that put profits over people and the planet, standing on the transition to a global low-carbon economy to achieve a green world. We need credible commitments and robust international cooperation for transformation, to transform the climate crisis into opportunities. We can do it, and we should do it. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Judith Siminwa Tuluka, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, President of COP29. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today in Baku at COP29 at a time when our planet is dealing with a an unprecedented climate emergency. We can all observe that climate change is accelerating, challenging our projections and our adaptation capacity. The key lies in collective action, which must be bold and underpinned by the principles of justice, equity, and solidarity. My country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the world's largest lung, is known as a solution country with its vast expanses of forests which regulate global climate, its rich biodiversity, its freshwater reserves, its immense wetlands and vast tracts of arable lands, as well as its many critically essential metals for cutting-edge technologies in this area of energy transition. The DRC is at the heart of climate challenges. However, we are extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change and global warming. We must stand with our other partners to achieve our shared commitment, because these are serious times. Each country must play its part. Furthermore, we must be transparent and act in good faith to address the issue of climate financing, which must respond effectively to needs with more ambition, more commitment, but also, and more importantly, more equity. In response,
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this important discussion on small island developing states who are particularly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. We have the privilege to hear from leaders of countries facing the most extreme impacts of climate change. It is my honor to open today's event with His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. He has overseen a transformation because His Excellency has overseen an absolute amazing transformation of the economy in Azerbaijan. We've seen Azerbaijan expand its role in climate action and built stronger international partnerships, particularly through organizations such as the United Nations, the Non-Aligned Movement, and the Commonwealth, where Azerbaijan has championed sustainable economic growth and resilience. Your Excellency, I hand the floor to you.
Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I welcome all the participants of our summit. Since Azerbaijan became the fourth country of COP29, our relationship with small island developing states elevated to a new high level. The votes of seats must be heard on the global stage. I call on developed countries, especially with the colonial past, to provide tangible financial and technical support to small island states so that they can protect their countries from climate change complications. Climate change affects every country, including Azerbaijan. We see that year after year, Caspian Sea becomes more and more shallow. We see that there are less waters in our rivers, less snow in our mountains, and floods and heavy rains, which we have never experienced in the past, today unfortunately is a reality. So every country is affected, but for cities it's existential threat. Azerbaijan is demonstrating its unwavering support to small island states. We have provided assistance to a number of disaster-prone countries in mitigating the impacts of hurricanes, earthquakes, and floods. We also supported water supply, food security, and restoration of cultural heritage projects. More than 10 small island states benefited from our educational grant program to study in universities in Azerbaijan. During our 4-year-long chairmanship in non-aligned movement, we provided financial and humanitarian assistance to more than 80 countries, including small 29.
Aradan qaldırılması Azərbaycanın COP29-da göstərdiyi səylərinin mərkəzindədir. Bahamas, Tonga və Tuvalu rəhbərləri konferansa aid mövqeyinin müzakirəsi üçün bu ilin mayında Azərbaycana səfər etdilər. Qəbul olunmuş Bakı kommunikesində COP29-un mühüm nəticələri qeyd olundu və iqlim maliyyəsinə çıxışın vacibliyi bildirildi. Qeyd etmək lazımdır ki, bu ilin sentyabrında İtkilər və Zərərlər Fondunun fəaliyyətə başlaması ilə əlaqədar Bakıda ciddi irəliləyiş əldə olundu. Hazırda proses ehtiyac duyan ölkələrə, xüsusən də kiçik ada dövlətlərinə maliyyənin verilməsi üçün tamamlanmalıdır. Yay ayında Tongada Azərbaycan birliklə razılığa imza atdı və biz 10 milyon dollar civarında məhz birliyin kiçik ada dövlətlərinə birgə layihələrinə dəstək verəcəyik. O cümlədən anlaşma memorandumu imzalanıb və orada Azərbaycanın Kosmik Agentliyi Azərkosmosla məhz ətraf mühitin monitoringi və qiymətləndirilməsi ilə bağlı razılıq əldə olunubdur. Xanımlar və cənablar, mən bu fürsətdən istifadə edərək digər bir mühüm beynəlxalq müddəti olan məsələni müzakirə etmək istəyirəm. Neokolonializm və iqlim dəyişmələri. Bugün Fransanın dənizdə və Hollandiyanın dənizdə olan əraziləri, xüsusən də Sakit Okeaniya və Karib adalarında olan onlar çox böyük ciddi çətinliklərlə üzləşirlər. Təşəkkür edirəm. Onlar iqlim dəyişmələrinin ən ağır təsirinə məruz qalırlar. Artan dəniz səviyyəsi, təbii fəlakətlər, biyo-müxtəlifliyin bitirilməsi bu regionlar üçün böyük kədə yaradır və həmin dövlətlərin səsləri kobud şəkildə metropolitan hakimiyyət orqanları tərəfindən təqib edilir. Fransa Polineziyası, Mayot, Futuna, Korsika, Reunion, Guadeloupe,
New Caledonia, French Polynesia, Mayotte, Wallis and Futuna, Corsica, Reunion, Guadeloupe, Martinique, French Guyana, Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, Saint-Martin, Saint-Barthélemy, and colonies of Netherlands such as Aruba, Curaçao, Saint Martin, Bonaire, Saint Eswatini, Saba. Let's applaud the people of this territory. They are still suffering today in the 21st century from colonial rule. French Polynesia and New Caledonia are currently recognized as non-self-governing territories by the United Nations since 1946-1947. However, their decolonization process are still delayed. Between 1966 and 1996, French Polynesia faced serious environmental degradation due to 193 nuclear tests conducted by France. France is responsible for severe soil and water contamination and radiation there. Radiation level exceeded 4,900%. If we add here 17 nuclear tests conducted by France in Algeria, during the years of occupation, we will see what damage this country made to the ecosystem of the planet. The list of France's crimes in the so-called overseas territories would not be complete if we do not mention the recent human rights violations by the regime. The regime of President Macron killed 13 and injured 169 people during this year's legitimate protests of Kanaks in New Caledonia. 1,700 people were arrested. During the protests in Martinique and Guadeloupe, also this year, 38 people were arrested. After all that, France was not denounced, neither by European Commission, nor by European Parliament, nor by Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. This is political hypocrisy. European Parliament and Parliament Assembly of the Council of Europe, these two institutions which became the symbols of political corruption, share responsibility with the government of President Macron for killings of innocent people. All political prisoners of France must be immediately liberated. But what else can we expect from European Parliament and Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe if chief European diplomat Joseph Borrell calls Europe a garden and the rest of the world jungles? If we are jungles, then stay away from us and don't interfere into our affairs. Azerbaijan supported small island states as the chair of non-aligned movement, supports as president of COP29, and will continue to support our friends in the future. Thank you very much.
I now thank His Excellency, and we wish you and your team well for COP29. It's now my great pleasure to introduce my friend, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General. As UN Secretary General, climate action, sustainable development and peace building have been the central tenets of Antonio's leadership. Antonio, I welcome you to the podium.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you have every right You have every right to be angry, and I am too. You are on the sharp end of a colossal injustice, an injustice that sees the very future of your islands threatened by rising seas. Your people pounded by record hurricanes, your economies torn apart, and development gains left in tatters. This is an injustice perpetrated by the few. The G20 accounts for around 80% of global emissions, and it is an injustice that must end. Your nations, the small island developing states, are demonstrating what climate ambition looks like. You are the first responders, and the world must follow you, and it must support you. First, by sparing no effort to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That means global emissions falling 9% a year to 2030, and they are still rising. It means phasing out fossil fuels fast and fairly, and delivering on the COP28 outcome. And it means every country putting forward new economy-wide national climate action plans or NDCs by COP30 that align with 1.5 degrees. The biggest emitters, the G20, must lead. And the United Nations is supporting countries to deliver through its Climate Promise initiative. Second, justice. You deserve support to deal with the crisis you have done next to nothing to create. And we must get serious about loss and damage. The amount initially pledged is equivalent to the combined annual salaries of the 10 most well-paid footballers in the world. As I said, we must be serious about loss and damage. We need significant contributions flowing to the loss and damage fund so it can have a meaningful impact, and namely a meaningful impact in cities that sometimes are devastated by climate change. And we also need a surge in funds for you to protect your people from climate impacts, which are growing in strength and frequency. Every one of you must have the chance to build resilience and to seize the benefits of adaptation to drive progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. Developed countries must honor their commitment to double adaptation finance to at least $40 billion a year by next year, and this is an important step to closing the adaptation finance gap. But it will not be enough. These measures can take us only so far. Ultimately, we need more fundamental reform, and so, third, finance. Your nations have faced the perfect storm of suffocating debt, high capital costs, rising prices, and COVID-19, which paralyzed many of your economies. The result, scant funds for climate action or broader sustainable development. The Pact for the Future, adopted by consensus in September in the General Assembly of the United Nations, made significant strides forward. It calls for reform of international financial architecture, including effective debt relief. It commits countries to advancing an SDG stimulus of $500 billion a year. And it asks multilateral development banks to look at ways to improve access to concessional finance for developing countries and to consider structural vulnerability, including through using the multidimensional vulnerability index. A middle-income country can have much need, an enormous need of concessional funding because of its level of vulnerability, and this cannot be forgotten. It is essential, so, that vulnerable middle-income countries can access funds. And we must push for implementation of these commitments starting here and now. And we need a new climate finance goal in COP29 that allows the mobilization of the trillions of dollars of finance developing countries need, with a significant increase in concessional public funds made now. That goal must provide clarity on how money will be mobilized, tap innovative sources such as levies on aviation, shipping or fossil fuel extraction, and include an accessibility, transparency and accountability framework to build confidence that funds will be delivered and available. And it must also include major capitalization boosts and reforms of multilateral development banks, including so they can leverage far more private finance at reasonable costs for the seed's needs. I trust that and will be fully supporting the presidency to make sure that we have a successful COP29 with an ambitious new goal, finance goal, that can be at the same time taking into account the particular situation of small island developing states. And this COP and beyond, I urge you, use your moral authority to demand action, demand leadership, and demand justice. Time is of essence. Together, you are helping us move from anger to action. And together, I know we can win, and I thank you.
I want us to take this opportunity to thank both President Aliyev and the Secretary General Guterres for their commitment and powerful leadership and their trenchant support. We hope we will deliver real action in this finance COP29. I think we should thank them. "25 of the Commonwealth's 56 member countries are small island developing states, 2/3 of the global whole. They have exceptional qualities and remarkable potential. Yet, in a world which is bound by a tangled knot of global economic, environmental, and security challenges, they face exceptional challenges. They are highly vulnerable to the intensification of climate change, which is compounded by limited fiscal space and global financial rules, which loads the dice against them, all of which compromises their resilience. That is why I have placed the priorities of our SIDS at the centre of the Commonwealth's programmes and at the heart of my advocacy across the international system. The SIDS4 conference in Antigua and Barbuda reaffirmed global recognition of the special attention SIDS need and deserve in our shared quest for sustainable development. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Island Developing States, which emerged from the conference, laid the groundwork for addressing the challenges SIDS face over the next decade, focusing on diversifying economies, building safe, healthy and prosperous societies, providing a secure future, and scaling up climate action and support, including climate finance. At CHOGM in Samoa last month, Commonwealth heads of government voiced their support for that agenda and renewed the Commonwealth's principled and practical commitment to providing enhanced support for SIDS. This support takes many forms. It includes the active and energetic backing for initiatives being spearheaded by our member states, especially the Bridgetown Initiative being led by my dear sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley. This initiative complements the intention behind the Commonwealth's Universal Vulnerability Index, which assisted the development of the UN's multi-dimensional vulnerability index in order to increase understanding of genuine vulnerability in international institutions and improve the quality of decision-making. It also builds on long-established Commonwealth initiatives such as our Meridian program, which now manages a combined total of more than $4 trillion in public debt across 50 countries. At the centre of our climate change support structure is our Climate Finance Access Hub, which, with an initial support of just $8.5 million, has now unlocked more than $360 million, with an additional $500 million in the pipeline in vital resources for the Commonwealth's most vulnerable members. Using geospatial data and new technologies such as AI, we have increased the scale and speed of our analysis so as to create new, innovative, implementable solutions to erstwhile intractable problems. And I take this moment to thank President Aliyev for his commitment in helping us to use spatial data to get where we need to be. The hub was established The hub was established in response to a dire need, because we all know that the current flows of climate finance are insufficient. And we know that despite contributing the least to climate change, our SIDS are grappling with a relentless assault from extreme weather, floods, and temperatures causing widespread devastation. Here, at COP29, we must turn that tide. I am heartened by the Climate Finance Action Fund announced by the COP presidency. Our Climate Finance Access Hub stands ready as an established delivery mechanism to help the new fund unlock and distribute resources. I make this offer because our member states desperately need the climate finance promises which have been made to them through the Green Fund, through the Loss and Damage Fund, and so much more to be delivered. And because throughout my time as Secretary General, I have seen firsthand the difference that effective partnership can make. The challenges we face are real and serious. We can only overcome them by working together, pooling all of our commitment, all of our capacity, and all of our expertise, and all of our innovative spirit to turn the best ideas into action at scale. In achieving these goals, we must use the technologies available to us, including digital technologies for low carbon and climate resilient development, and the role of AI in accelerating climate action at scale and speed. And our most vulnerable nations cannot afford to wait any longer. Climate finance is not a luxury. It is a lifeline. It is, as Antonio said yesterday, not charity. It is justice. If it does not now flow, and flow soon, then for some, there may not be a future left to save. So this time, at this COP, there can be no gap between what we say and what we do. Solidarity has been a guiding principle of my tenure as Commonwealth Secretary General, and we will never shrink from the responsibility to stand shoulder to shoulder with our member states. So, as we work together to support our SIDS and fight for the highest levels of urgency and action on climate change, I offer the Commonwealth's hand in friendship and partnership, because together we can build a more resilient, sustainable, and just world, and we must. We now will move on to our first set of speakers today. In this Finance COP, we look forward to increasing mitigation ambition in countries, updated national determined contributions, the NCDs, and enhance the adaptive capacity of SIDS to respond to climate change. Now, to facilitate this, while centering the needs and priorities of SIDS under the new climate finance goals, it is imperative to hold credibly each of us accountable. And I'm now going to invite His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, the President of COP29, known for his environmental advocacy. My dear friend represents Azerbaijan's efforts to combat climate change through renewable energy, waste management, and sustainable development. Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 President, the floor is now yours.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you all to Baku to make progress on this critical topic. Special thanks to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for bringing us together at this significant meeting. We are grateful to our co-hosts, Samoa as chair of Alliance for Smaller Island States, Grenada as chair of Caribbean Community and Common Market, and Tonga as chair of the Pacific Island Forum, who have all helped us to make this event happen. Under the guidance and leadership of the President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, COP29 presidency has been determined to make this an accessible conference that supports your participation and elevates your voices to the highest levels. We look forward to building true partnership during COP29 and beyond. Dear colleagues, over recent months we have traveled extensively to listen and learn from you. From Antigua and Barbuda to Barbados and Tonga, these visits have deepened our understanding of the challenges you face. Our conversations have shaped the vision that we set out in our opening ceremony. They helped build on two pillars of the COP29 plan to enhance ambition and enable action. They reinforce the need for balanced outcome at COP29. This must include a fair and ambitious NCQG, deliver on all mandates and take forward the outcomes of the first global stocktake. On the NCQG, we have been clear that it needs to address the needs and priorities of developing states, with seeds and LDCs in the front now. We have also heard about the importance of detailed qualitative elements. To deliver on our top negotiating priority, we have repeatedly brought parties together to build agreement, and we have already seen progress on access futures. We will also continue to raise the importance of accessibility with the leaders of international financial institutions and multilateral development banks at COP29. Dear colleagues, it is essential to fix the imbalance in funding, as lack of support for adaptation leaves those of the front lines unprotected. Public funds will be essential to enabling ambitions. The COP29 has been determined to keep up the momentum on loss and damage. We already took historic steps to get the fund up and running and ready to deliver resources. We are also focused on enhancing coordination and coherence with the overall loss and damage landscape. And we worked hard to get the Santiago network ready to deliver technical assistance. Dear colleagues, we need comprehensive approaches to build resilience. National adaptation plans are essential tools to guide investment and action. Azerbaijan is aware to challenges of producing these plans as we submit our own. We have therefore called upon the Green Climate Fund to accelerate their support. Finally, we understand the importance of global mitigation efforts to avoid the worst effect of climate change. We are determined to take every opportunity to make progress towards the goals and ambitions that we set in the first Global Stocktake. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a moral duty to support you, and we believe that if the multilateral climate process does not work for you, then it is not working. Small island states have shown remarkable leadership by setting ambitious targets despite limited resources. Now others must match this commitment. We stand ready to work with you throughout the COP29. We want to work together and move forward in solidarity for a green world. I thank you.
I really want to thank my dear friend Mukhtar for that very warm introduction, but may I now invite the first panel to come and join us, please. Can I invite the Minister Cedric Schuckster, the Minister for Natural Resources, Environment and Lands of Samoa, who is OASIS's chair. May I also invite the President of the Maldives, together with the President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, my dear friend, the Prime Minister of Tonga, who is the Pacific Island Forum Chair, and last but by no means least, the Prime Minister of Grenada and Chair of the Caribbean Community, His Excellency Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell. I'm going to invite first my dear brother, the Honourable Cedric Schuckster, who is the Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Lands of Samoa and Chair of the Alliance of Small Island States. His leadership underscores the urgent need for climate justice and support for nations facing severe climate impacts. So over to you, Minister Schuckster.
Thank you. The President of Azerbaijan, COP29 President, heads of government, excellencies, delegates. I want to first thank the COP29 Presidency for this initiative and particular attention given to SIDS and recognition of our unique challenges. Thank you for your warm hospitality shown to all our delegates here in Baku. Mr. President, the special needs and circumstances of SIDS were recognized at the Rio Conference in 1992 and were reaffirmed at the last SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda earlier this year in June. They are also reflected in Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, which recognizes our capacity constraints in accessing climate finance. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Island Developing States is only the latest international agreement that operationalizes the special needs and circumstances of SIDS. Climate change is a phenomenon that is impacting all of us today. 2024 broke many worrisome records. We have seen many extreme weather events all around the world, from record-breaking heat globally. June and August 2024 were the hottest on record globally. July 2024, set the new record for the daily global average temperature. Hurricane Beryl was the first major storm of the 2024 Atlantic season and set multiple records. Extreme rainfalls caused catastrophic flooding and loss of lives in some parts of the world, while droughts are worsening in others. The winter maximum for Antarctic sea ice was the second lowest on record. As this normal is settling in, the very survival of our most vulnerable countries with the least responsibility in the climate crisis has ceased to be a distant prospect. The irreversible damage from climate change impacts are already being felt by SIDS. They must be addressed with a keen sense of urgency. For AOSIS, 1.5 is not just an abstract number. It has deep implications for the complete loss of our nations, our culture, and our identity. And relatedly, one of the main focuses of this COP, the new Climate Finance Goal, or NCQG, must be set in a way that substantially supports all developing countries in their effective implementation of the Paris Agreement, its goals, and all those commitments contained under it. That said, SIDS and LDC, within that broader group of developing countries, were promised special accommodation in Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. AOSIS is here at this COP to see them operationalized. And for clarity, a simple references or recognition for SIDS and LDC special circumstances will not suffice. In the NCQG, there needs to be tailored and specific measures for both our groups for the scaled-up provision of finance and enhanced access. One of those measures includes the adoption of a respective minimum allocation floors for SIDS of at least USD 39 billion per year, and for LDCs, at least 220 billion per year, within the provision goals of the NCQG. So no matter the overall number agreed at the quantum of the NCQG, SIDS require the agreement of these minimum allocation floors, as these minimum allocation floors represent a commitment to predictable and accessible climate finance for adaptation and loss and damage response in a financial system that is designed for us. Our small economies, limited resources, and our geographic remoteness must be fully addressed within NCQG design and implementation. Agreement to a goal that fails to recognize the special case of SIDS would contradict the Conventions and Paris Agreement provisions. Turning now to ambitions. As leaders, we need to show and sustain the political will required to act now. AOSIS commends the Troika leadership in advancing Mission 1.5 and urges continued and intensified efforts to accelerate the successful implementation of the first global stocktake outcome, including all the elements of the energy package. In Dubai, the UAE consensus reaffirmed that as a global community, we are not meeting our climate obligation. But the GST's outcome also provides a pathway to course correct by transitioning away from fossil fuel dependence and outlines what energy transformations must happen in this decisive decade to keep the 1.5 target within reach. We are concerned about efforts to divorce this process from the best available science through the IPCC. The success of the Paris Agreement ambition mechanism established through the GST process is highly dependent on access to the latest science from the IPCC reports. We rely on the presidency to ensure that there is a clear message from this COP to the IPCC to accept the invitation from the GST1 outcome, ensure that their reporting cycle is aligned with the GST. AOSIS sees mitigation ambition as an integral part of the success of this COP and pledges full support to the Azerbaijan presidency in reaching a meaningful mitigation outcome. The preparation, timely submission, and implementation of 1.5-degree aligned NDCs must be a key priority. Therefore, the discussions during the next 2 weeks must guide the formulation of a highly ambitious economy-wide NDCs that are Paris Agreement aligned. Translate the outcome of the GST into national targets and measures and cover all greenhouse gases, taking into account the IPCC's call for peaking global emissions by 2025, that is next year. Deep emission cuts must be our aim and our motto in developing our NDC. At COP26, we were promised the doubling of adaptation financing. We were assured that our partners were working towards raising these funds. But since then, access to adaptation finance has remained challenging for us. As countries with the least capacity and resources to implement adaptation actions, we require grant-based financing to meet our urgent adaptation need. Therefore, careful consideration of how to operationalize the doubling of adaptation finance and integrating it into a new goal must also be part of agreement at this COP. The newly established Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage must come into play here. Small island states have advocated for a fund to address loss and damage for many years now. We must ensure the complementarity and coherence among all funding arrangements to address loss and damage as we strive to achieve 1.5 goal within this crucial decade. Now that we have agreed on a set of institutional arrangements for the fund, it is critical that it is fully operationalized, capitalized, and begins to disperse finance for loss and damage as quickly as possible. In conclusion, let me reaffirm our gratitude and full support to the presidency in delivering a successful mitigation and finance outcome that sustained the momentum from COP28 while setting up COP30 for success. I thank you all and welcome the Baku Declaration on amplifying SID's voice at COP29 for a resilient and sustainable future. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We look forward to Samoa and OASIS's leadership in getting a strong agreement here in Baku. I now turn to His Excellency, the President of Maldives, who brings such focused perspective on climate adaptation and environmental protection. Maldives is at the front line of climate vulnerability, and His Excellency has emphasized the need for resilient infrastructure, carbon reduction, and sustainable tourism. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you all. We are gathered here today, united as a family of small island nations with a voice that continues to rise above the waves of the oceans. We are gathered here not with distant predictions, but with the weight of the present reality. For us, climate change is not an abstraction. It is a force that erodes years of development gains, pulling us back to square one in mere minutes. The theme for this year's COP, in solidarity for a green world, demands more than solidarity. It demands transformation. For the Maldives, economic diversification is the way forward. We are transforming our economy by expanding port services and special economic zones and establishing our first development bank. We are transforming urban development by investing in a green eco-city, Ras Malé, a lasting solution to our housing crisis and a hub for economic prosperity. Environment and climate resilient features will be put at the forefront. State-of-the-art and greener transportation and energy systems will fuel its economy. We are transforming our electricity production by investing in renewables. Our new energy policy and roadmap, with an estimated investment of over $1.5 billion, underscores our dedication to move towards a low-carbon economy. Excellencies, just a few months ago, we adopted the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds, or the ABAS, the next 10 years plan that sets out our collective ambitions. But ambitions without finance are merely aspirations. The current financial architecture fails to meet our urgent needs. Therefore, I call for 3 immediate actions. First, the UN system, MDBs, and IFIs, and the private sector must unite in coordinated support for seeds. Forging partnerships can mitigate risks and make seeds more attractive for investments. Second, we need new innovative financial solutions. Our vulnerability is not captured through our measure of income. I propose debt forgiveness that is linked to climate resilience milestones. This would reward resilience efforts and redefine creditworthiness. We are spending more in debt repayment than towards climate action. We are facing high borrowing costs linked to conventional credit rating methodologies. A change is much needed. Third, COP29 must deliver 2 crucial outcomes: a robust new collective quantified goal on climate finance that reflects our real needs. While we have now adopted the new operational standards under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, we must conclude discussions on the international carbon market mechanism that learn from Kyoto's lessons and maintain environmental integrity. These carbon markets must be more than trading mechanisms. They must be bridges to technology transfer and sustainable development, especially for seeds. Excellencies, seeds being at the forefront of climate change have been advocating for climate action for decades. We are now at the 29th session of COP. We have heard lots of calls to action, lots of promises made. It is time now for us seeds to unite in solidarity and demand that words and promises be transformed into real, tangible action. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we join you in your call for transformation and look forward to continuing to support Maldives, particularly through the Climate Finance Access Hub. I'll now turn to the Pacific and invite Her Excellency Hilda Henny, who is the first female president of the Marshall Islands and a global leader in the fight against climate change. She has been instrumental in advocating for the unique vulnerabilities of low-lying island nations, including championing ambitious climate goals and adaptation strategies. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, Excellencies, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings of Yahweh from the Marshall Islands. Our atolls rise only a few meters above sea level, which makes climate change the most profound threat we face. Only urgent collective action can stop this profound threat from becoming overwhelming. Now is the time to drive that global action forward. Excellencies, the world is not on track to keep 1.5 alive. As the last COP before new nationally determined contributions are delivered, it is essential that this conference sets out clear expectations for the delivery of ambitious emission reduction commitments early next year. The global stocktake set the path. It is essential that all parties take all of the GST outcomes into account in setting their new NDCs. That includes specifying how they are implementing the commitments from Dubai, especially the transition away from fossil fuels. All major emitters must deliver NDCs that are economy-wide, cover all gases and sectors, and contain absolute reduction targets. These messages must be clear to the world. We strongly support the presidency in drafting a cover decision to make sure that they are. The Marshall Islands is also committed to helping land a high ambition outcome on the new collective quantified goal. We must find the trillions needed to address climate change, to drive the clean energy transition, to adapt to impacts, and to address the loss and damage we are already experiencing. The Marshall Islands launched our National Adaptation Plan at COP28. It sets out the blueprint for our culture and society to survive the climate impacts, including sea level rise, that are already inevitable. It charts a clear path forward, but it will cost billions to implement. $9 billion just to elevate 2 major urban centers, $35 billion for all of the hard infrastructure required to adapt to sea level rise. These are staggering numbers for a country our size. The new collective quantified goal must give us hope that we will secure them. That means a central focus on grant-based finance, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage. It means fully addressing the long-standing access challenges that cities face, including through a minimum allocation floor. And it means addressing the stark inequalities of our current financial system, including costs of capital and debt burdens that hold developing countries back from achieving their ambitious climate goals. Excellencies, we know that the sums required globally are in the trillions, but we also know that trillions have been found before. And recently, for example, in responding to the COVID crisis. And like the COVID response, we know that these investments are not just worthwhile, they are far more cost-effective than the alternative, an unlivable planet. We must all pull together, therefore, in the name of global solidarity, to deliver an ambitious new collective quantified goal. We can make our lives much easier if we are willing to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and make it clear that they will not get another cent in subsidies, and that any finance that supports them will never be counted towards the new goal. Excellencies, I have traveled far to be here. I have done so because I continue to believe that the Paris Agreement holds the key to my country's future and to our planet's survival. But since faith is wavering, too many times our voices have been pushed to the margins. We are therefore grateful to our hosts for convening this gathering. I urge you to continue to ensure our ministers and negotiators are centrally involved all the way through this conference. We are the ones on the front lines of climate change. We have developed global and local solutions. What remains is for the world to heed our leadership. Kumoltada, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your advocacy on environmental justice and climate resilience is an inspiration to us, but also to the young leaders who will be listening to us today, and we really thank you for that. We now turn to my dear brother, Prime Minister of Tonga and Chair of the Pacific Island Forum, who is a leader on climate finance and climate resilience and the need for stronger climate adaptation funding and more meaningful international partnerships to support small island states facing existential threats. And I welcome your statement, Honourable Prime Minister, from the big blue island state of Tonga.
President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, COP29 President, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from the Pacific, the Blue Continent. It is a pleasure to be here, and I want to express my deepest gratitude to the government and the people of Azerbaijan for their assistance and outstanding hospitality towards me, my team, and all its delegates who traveled here. I would also like to offer my heartfelt congratulations, Mr. President, on taking the helm of this global platform. Achieving consensus among representatives from over 190 countries is a difficult task, particularly when dealing with vital issues. The Pacific faces challenges that go beyond mere importance. They directly impact life and death. Mr. President, I had the pleasure of hosting you in my country, Tonga, during the margin of the 53rd Pacific Forum Leaders Meeting. It was an opportunity to showcase the realities we face as a small island developing state and to highlight the urgent existential threat posed by climate change to our island nations. The severe and irreversible threats posed by climate change-related sea level rise will disproportionately impact the lives, the livelihoods, food security, ecosystem, and well-being of the people of the Blue Continent. As the UN Secretary General has so aptly stated, we are in the final countdown to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and time is not on our side. To address this urgent crisis, we as Pacific small island developing states have taken decisive action We have established key declarations. For example, the 2023 Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood and Protection of Persons amid sea level rise, and the 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones against Climate Impacts. We have also developed and endorsed Pacific Regional Framework on Climate Mobility and introduced a framework for resilient development in the Pacific. The latter is the world's first regional framework linking climate change and disaster risk. I'm currently the chair of the Pacific Island Forum, a forum with 18 member countries, each with unique challenges and strengths. Our unity is essential in navigating the complexity of climate change and ensuring our collective interests are prioritized. This is particularly important as we discuss ambitious and meaningful climate action. We must move forward together in a way that benefits all our member states. Some of the small island developing states are absent from COP29 as a protest against inaction on critical climate change action. Yes, we are frustrated, we are saddened. We can all sympathize as we have seen the disappointing outcomes of UNFCCC conferences in the past. However, we also understand without our presence, those with different views may shape outcomes that do not serve our interests. With the able leadership of COP29 presidency, we can unite and ensure that the outcomes of COP29 align with our priorities, including the new nationally determined contribution and the new collective quantified goal for climate finance, which must prioritize keeping the global temperature rise within 1.5 degrees Celsius. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you, our AZTV family, for your passion and commitment, also shown by the many late nights you have endured and will continue to go through to ensure our interests are well served. I also want to thank COP29 presidency for organizing this summit. We are ready to provide support as needed to ensure that COP29 outcomes reflect our priorities. In conclusion, I commend the leadership of Antigua and Barbuda, leading to the new 10-year program of action for small island developing states, DIAPAS. Samoa as chair of AOSIS, Vanuatu as chair of Pacific SIDS, and Grenada for chair of the Caribbean Community for their unwavering commitment to small island developing states. Thank you once again, Mr. President, for this opportunity. We are ready to support your presidency and ensure that COP29 delivers a meaningful outcome for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you for Tonga's leadership in climate action, particularly through hosting the Pacific Resilience Facility with a forward-looking target for securing $1.5 billion for a 1.5 degree future. It's a real testament to the urgency to act for SIDS, and we thank you for that leadership. I now turn, last but not least, to the Honourable Dickon Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada and Chair of CARICOM. He has been a champion for regional solidarity, addressing climate change, economic development and disaster resilience, and his leadership and determination in building back after Hurricane Beryl is a testament to him and his country's resilience. And the floor is now yours, Prime Minister.
Thank you. President of Azerbaijan, COP President, UN Secretary General, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, distinguished heads of state and government, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I want to start by thanking the President, government, and people of Azerbaijan for the tremendous warmth, hospitality, and excellent arrangements made in supporting SIDS at this COP29. The support of Azerbaijan has ensured that many of the SIDS nations are here today, and we therefore put on record our sincere appreciation and gratitude for the support in making this COP accessible to SIDS. In US television shows, there are good cops and bad cops. From SIDS' perspective, we want to ensure that this is a good COP. The reality is that the Caribbean community, CARICOM, which I chair currently, like our colleague SID nations, are on the front line of this existential threat to our way of life. As I speak at this very moment, Grenada and many of the islands in the Southern Caribbean are dealing with the onslaught of massive flooding, which occurred overnight. In the case of Grenada, we have faced, in 11 months, a record 15-year drought, followed by a Category 5 hurricane, now followed by flooding, landslides, all in the midst of trying to continue with achieving our sustainable development goals. So when small island developing states speak of the challenge of financing the mitigation and adaptation that we face as a result of the climate crisis and the significant gap in financing that exists, it is easy to take this for granted. But the empirical data shows that SIDS have repaid in debt financing 18 times more than they have received in climate finance. Let me repeat that. SIDS have paid in debt repayments 18 times more than they have received in climate financing. And so without setting any new ambitions or targets, the starting point for credibility is to close that financing gap. And the debt we pay to be able to survive is a debt that is unsustainable, not only in financial terms, but in livelihoods, in lives, and the very civilization of the people who live in small island developing states. And so the partnership that has to be actualized is one that requires us to speak in ordinary language. The average citizen of SIDS don't care to hear about words like operationalize the loss and fund damage. They want to hear that the loss and damage fund has money in it, that the money is accessible, that the loss and damage fund is for SIDS, that it's located in a SIDS nation, that is controlled by the SIDS nation, and that it is to be used for compensation for the actual loss and damage we suffer year in, year out. Not a loan, not a discretionary grant, but an obligation that has arisen as a result of the loss and damage we are suffering from the actions of others. And that is the partnership that SIDS seek, and that is the partnership that we are here at this good COP29 to achieve. So I want to emphasize that SIDS are already doing all that they can do to build financial resilience. Most SIDS are already pursuing a multi-layered financial resilience strategy to respond to the climatic challenge. We are paying for the parametric insurance. We are setting aside contingency funds. We are building savings into our national budgets. We have insisted on debt suspension clauses so that we can divert funds away from debt repayment and into emergency responses. But those measures on their own is simply not enough to allow SIDS to cope with the enormous challenge posed by the negative impacts of the climate crisis. So the partnership that we are seeking is a partnership that not only benefits SIDS, but in fact will benefit those who are responsible for this crisis. Because make no mistake, human beings will always seek a better life. And if the consequences of the climate challenge is the threat to our way of life, our people will move. They will seek a better life. And so the refugees that we have from man-made war and destruction will also become the refugees from the climate destruction. So we can find trillions to fight wars. We can find the trillions to solve the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for underscoring that SIDS pay back 18 times more than they borrow, and that this has to be changed, and we must find the money to support our members so that they can not only survive, but thrive. Can we thank all the members of this panel, remarkable leaders on the front line, delivering for their member states. We now turn to our third and last panel, and I'm going to invite all the panel to come, but we are very conscious that we are running short of time. So can I ask each of the following speakers as they come to the podium, please, to shorten your statements so we can have short, pithy statements which will get us back on track. Can I please invite His Excellency Philip Davis, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, His Excellency Mark Brown, the Prime Minister of Cook Islands, His Excellency the Honourable Prasad, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of Fiji, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, Her Excellency Mafalda Durati, the Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, and His Excellency Ibrahim Sheikh Diong, who is the Executive Director of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. If they could all join us, I'd be very grateful. I'm glad that the first one to join us is my dear brother and friend, Philip Davis.
Thank you very much. Accepting the protocol that has been established, I start by pointing out that our people do have the right to survival. They have a right to pass down to future generations a world better than the one they inherited. And yet, this most basic right, this right to life, to hope, to continuity, hangs by a thread. In this hour of crisis, it seems some would choose isolation over unity, self-interest over collective action. But we, the nations most at risk, do not have the luxury to retreat. The moment demands courage, vision, and a shared commitment to hold hands and confront together the fierce challenges that lie before us. The evidence is stark. This year alone, we have witnessed heat waves, droughts, floods, hurricanes, and fires, each event a part of a global pattern. Yet still, there are those who look at these signs as if they are isolated moments, coincidences of bad weather, rather than the planet's unmistakable call for action. These are not mere coincidences of nature. They are warnings, the Earth's way of showing us the high cost of inaction. Every storm, every fire, every flood cries out that time is running out, and yet some choose to look the other way. The disasters are not the product of fate, but of choices. Colleagues, I ask you, as I ask myself, what kind of legacy do we wish to leave? Will it be one of solutions or of regret? The path forward is not complicated. It is simply inconvenient for some. The next round of nationally determined contributions in 2025 is a moment that cannot be wasted. Current commitments are insufficient to keep us within a 1.5 degrees Celsius future. They will instead lead us to a world well beyond 2 degrees Celsius, a world in which SIDS may no longer exist. Mitigation efforts in SIDS will not shift global emissions. They hold immense value, but they hold immense value for us. The implications for our economies, our people, and our ecosystems are severe. Hard-won development gains are being undermined as schools, hospitals, housing, roads, and bridges, much of which is constructed with significant multilateral loans, are destroyed before they are even fully paid for. The costs of these catastrophes are growing exponentially and diverting resources away from investment in long-term sustainable development. We are confronting the stark injustices of a crisis we did not create, a crisis we cannot avert on our own, even if we do everything we can to limit emissions. Most CARICOM member states lack the fiscal space to mobilize the resources needed to recover from worsening impacts of climate change. How can we close the recovery financing gap when a single hurricane can cause damage that amounts to multiples of GDP, as we have seen happen in our region? Access to concessional financing remains out of reach for many of our countries because of outdated eligibility rules based on GDP per capita. Even as we have reached agreement at the United Nations on a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, we have yet to see international financial institutions commit to its use. Grants for adaptation take too long to access and are insufficient to meet the scale of our climate-resilient development needs. We implore bilateral and multilateral partners to scale up resources for adaptation and loss and damage, and to ensure that SIDS can access these funds at scale, quickly, without excessive and costly bureaucracy, and in the form of grants. Justice demands this. It is unconscionable that small island developing states should bear the brunt of a crisis climate that we did not and are not contributing to. As I was reminded by my chairman of CARICOM, Prime Minister Mitchell of Grenada, SIDS have spent 18 times more in debt repayments than they have received in climate finance. The annual cost of damages from disasters is equal to an average of up to 8% of the entire GDP of SIDS, without considering the growing need for adaptation or the mounting toll of loss and damage. Justice demands that the polluter should pay, not those who bear the burden of the pollution. Adaptation funding must be prioritized. I will call for 70% of climate finance to be directed to adaptation for SIDS. This is not a request, but a necessity. Adaptation is our right to prepare and to protect. Furthermore, the Loss and Damage Fund must become a tool of immediate relief, not a maze of red tape. Bureaucratic delay is an injustice to every community left exposed and unprepared. We do not seek favors, we seek fairness. If we are to bear the consequences of a crisis we did not cause, then at the very least, we must have the support necessary to face it. Excellencies, this is our moment. We are faced with a choice: to act with boldness and unity, or to let fear and inertia decide our fate. Let us not be remembered as those who turned away in the hour of need, but as those who came together, who held hands across borders, and who fought for a world that honors the right to survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Davis. We understand the pain which was inflicted on the Bahamas as a result of Hurricane Dorian. We commend you for your resilience and echo your call for justice, scale, speed, and equity for those who've suffered. I now turn to Prime Minister Mark Brown from the Cook Islands, who has championed the Pacific Partnership for Prosperity to support and deliver on the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. And I invite you to make your statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I will take your instruction and try to make my comments reduced and pithy, I think was the word we used. I'd like to firstly acknowledge President Aliyev of Azerbaijan, our host country. Also acknowledge our COP29 President Babayev for their generous support in allowing SIDS countries to participate fully at this COP meeting. Honourable leaders, kia ora to you all. At the COP26 in Glasgow, the parties committed to at least double adaptation finance from $19 billion per year by 2025. However, UNEP's latest adaptation gap report shows that while progress has been made, much of it is through non-concessional loans rather than grants or highly concessional financing. This is a critical issue for us, as the adaptation finance gap is estimated to be between around $40 billion annually for SIDS. Because of the scale and small size of SIDS economies, our costs are disproportionately high. SIDS need nearly double the financing of other developing nations as a percentage of their GDP. For SIDS like the Cook Islands, over 50% of climate finance needs are focused on adaptation. And let me be a bit clear, adaptation to us is protection, so we need money for protection. Meeting this demand is crucial, and we must ensure that the new collective quantified goals address these specific needs with an adjustable mechanism to reassess
and increase the quantum as climate impacts escalate. This highlights the urgency for loss and damage mechanisms to be operationalized effectively. We welcome the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, soon to be operationalized. However, this fund must be capitalized at a scale sufficient to meet our needs, with estimates suggesting that future needs may reach trillions. Ensuring an adequate level of funding is critical for addressing escalating climate-related losses. Given our high vulnerability and special circumstances, SIDS require a guaranteed minimum allocation from the Loss and Damage Fund, ideally in the range of 50%, to ensure our loss and damage needs are prioritized. In conclusion, we are here in beautiful Azerbaijan to set the scene for a longer-term goal at home, and our home is on the other side of the planet. But it's to set the goal for our people, our environment, that intergenerationally know that addressing climate change now builds the capital into the future for our resilience. And I look forward to amplifying our SIDS voice with and through the SIDS Declaration. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Brown, but also thank you for reinforcing the position of SIDS in the Pacific. And we now turn to Fiji, and we invite the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, the Honourable Professor Prasad, to make his intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General, Excellencies, fellow ministers and fellow SIDS leaders. At the outset, I would like to thank the COP29 presidency for convening this event and supporting the voices of SIDS. The voice of IOCs and the experience of SIDS remains the backdrop of the narrative of ambition. We are the guardians of the 1.5 degree temperature goal, and indeed the establishing force behind the target. And while we may be on the front line of the climate crisis, the first to feel the burn and the most insignificant contributors to the climate emergency, our interests are far from rooted in pure self-interest. And our interests differ from many, as our interests constitute the only formulation of priorities and objectives that in reality benefit all. Interests that perpetuate uneven benefits as well as enable and permit direct damage to other parties as well as themselves cannot be translated into shared interests. Keeping global average temperature rise below 1.5 degrees is a shared and common objective, but across the parties, the drive to take responsibility for delivering it differs drastically. For over 2 decades, we have allowed incrementalism to subsume our agendas. This strategy, I'm afraid, has kept very specific industries cushioned, very specific power structures intact, but caused the world trillions in damage, wreaked havoc on the world's poorest, stripped much of the biodiversity from the face of the Earth planet, and locked in impacts that will threaten our stability for decades. The shadow cost of carbon is so great, the economic rationale so flawed, the short-termism so apparent, the effort to keep fossil fuels in play, despite a myriad of viable alternatives so overt, that it is very difficult not to see the rhetoric we are so used to hearing as a smokescreen. So SIDS must be clear. For the record, for the global majority who have, whether they like it or not, put all their eggs in one basket, that we will not engage in a race to the bottom, especially especially if it is being twisted to be portrayed as a race to the top. The question we have before us now is, do we want more? Do we want to push our societies to the limits of the resilience in the hope of some sort of wizardry in 2030, or do we want real change? Contrary to the views of some Sikhs, or contrary to the views of some, Sikhs are not idealists. We are not idealists. We are realists. We are pragmatists. We ingest the science. We see the issues in their immediate form. And therefore, as Sikhs, and I must say on behalf of Fiji, let me be very clear. COP29 needs to raise the bar, lock in the basis for Paris and 1.5-degree aligned 2025 NDCs, and secure the new collective codified goal on finance, which is evidence-based and recognizes our special circumstances. We need to ensure that all our partners are sighted on transformation rather than incrementalism, on hope rather than harm. Excellencies, this is our task. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister, particularly in relation to the role I know you play as Finance Minister. And just to underline the importance between debt and our ability to deliver on adaptation and mitigation, it's right for us just to note that in the Commonwealth alone, our Meridian initiative currently manages $4.5 trillion of debt. And there is a direct correlation between that heavy burden of debt and that which has been occasioned by climate disasters. So we now turn to the agencies who have assisted us in delivering that change. And I turn first to Dr. Carla Barnett, as Secretary General of CARICOM, who leads the regional effort on sustainable development, climate resilience, and integration. As a regional stakeholder, I want to ask Secretary General Barnett what she believes the role of technology, particularly given the recent developments in AI, for enhanced climate action are. So over to you, Secretary General, my dear sister.
Not staying. This one? Okay. Thank you very much, Secretary General, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. As we have been hearing, and I repeat for emphasis, SIDS, including CARICOM states and the wider Caribbean, are at the front lines of the climate change crisis. CARICOM states and all SIDS continue to bear the brunt of global climate change that we do not cause. Altogether, SIDS are responsible for less than 1% of global carbon emissions. SIDS' ongoing climate change challenges are unprecedented. Extreme heat, extreme weather, sea level rise, warming ocean temperatures are all creating a perfect storm that can reverse all our gains suddenly or progressively because of their cascading and compounding impacts. I have been asked to say a bit about what AI brings to this unprecedented set of crises. AI is rapidly being deployed to tackle the climate crisis on multiple fronts. It's enhancing our ability to predict and prepare for extreme weather events like hurricanes, wildfires, by analyzing massive climate data sets. AI can help monitor and protect ecosystems by tracking things like shoreline change, loss of territory, and deforestation with unprecedented speed and accuracy. AI accelerates climate research by analyzing complex data, making timely analyses and policy development possible at levels previously unattainable. However, it is crucial to develop and use AI responsibly. We know the mischief that AI can be programmed to do. We have already been fighting misinformation and climate skepticism. A strategy to counter this climate misinformation may be timely. There are also emerging discussions of the carbon footprint and sustainability elements of AI and supercomputing that will need to be addressed. Within CARICOM, we have been developing our ICT for Development policy and program, including the creation of a regional AI policy to consider its role in sustainability and climate action. But the riddle that has to be solved with a much greater sense of urgency is the access to finance on affordable and appropriate terms to make it possible to do all we need to do to build resilience to climate change, including deployment of AI. What is true is that the longer the G20, who are responsible for 80% of global emissions, the longer they take to reduce these emissions that are at the core of the climate crisis, the larger the amount of funding necessary to address the impact of climate change on all of us, but especially SIDS, who, as I said, are responsible for less than 1% of emissions. And SIDS need real finance. We welcome the commitment made at COP26 to double climate adaptation finance by 2025. But we have to underscore the importance of its materialization and operationalization. Same can be said for the Loss and Damage Fund. We urge that the board, together with the newly appointed ED, moves swiftly to put in place the necessary arrangements to ensure the fund is fit for purpose for SIDS and can deploy resources as soon as 2025. Resources are urgently necessary, simply and directly, in amounts commensurate with actual needs. We already know there's a significant finance gap for keeping global warming below 1.5. Further, SIDS receive only 2% of the global public finance, which is not even evenly spread across SIDS. The picture worsens when considering the debt of SIDS. According to the World Bank, over a third of SIDS have relatively high public debt ratios, with 14 being assessed as high risk for sovereign debt distress. Not only are we paying for the climate crisis, we are also committing future generations to debt because of lack of international support. So this COP must deliver a finance climate goal that is credible and consequential for 1.5. SIDS do not have the luxury of time. We must ensure that we solve the problem of access to resources to address our vulnerabilities. We cannot ease up on our insistence that those countries responsible for the emissions that cause climate change take effective action to reduce their emissions. And as we move ahead, we ask the UN system to evaluate the effectiveness of this process and whether it is delivering to those of us who are on the front lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barnett, and we now move seamlessly to those who are most able to assist us in terms of understanding how we get scale and speed when it comes to finance. Ms. Malfarda Durate is the Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, where she leads efforts to mobilize and distribute climate finance to support developing nations in their climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. With changing times and increasing need for climate finance, how is the GCF gearing up to meet the increasing gap for climate finance, particularly bearing in mind what we've heard today, that SIDS are paying back 18 times more than they are being given for climate finance, and that they are currently drowning in debt? So over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Patricia. Let me start by thanking the authorities of Azerbaijan, COP29 President, and the people of Azerbaijan for hosting this beautiful COP in this beautiful country. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank SIDS. You have been doing a service to us all, not just to your nations, by championing ambitious climate action. We know, and the science keeps telling us consistently, that the expected impacts will be worse than foreseen before. We know that last year GHG emissions increased by 1.3%, which is higher average than in the last decade. And this should be quite concerning to us all. Let me say that SIDS are a priority for the Green Climate Fund. Let me say, and the way to demonstrate this is to say that as a total share of the resources that we have committed, around $16 billion, more than 10% have been committed to SIDS. That's 4 times more than other financial institutions. And Secretary General Carla just mentioned the number. On average, SIDS receive 2%. It's not just about quantum, it's also about quality. 65% of our financing to SIDS is grant-based. And we don't distinguish in terms of income level. The funding that we provide is based on the assessment of the needs. Of course, at the time, we know that debt distress is an increasing concern. This is really important. Let me also say that we are working for the first time with many national and regional entities serving the interests of SIDS. Examples like the Development Bank of Jamaica or Fiji, the recently accredited Bank of Cook Islands, but also we are helping establish new entities like the Blue-Green Bank of Barbados. We have also been the largest providers of funding for strengthening institutions, strengthening NAPs, NDCs, or even developing them for the first time. We have provided more than 1/3 of our $600 million in the readiness program to SIDS. And also, speaking of debt, we have approved at our recent board meetings our first debt for climate swap project in Barbados, which we hope to be able to replicate elsewhere. Of course, this is all a drop in the ocean of needs, and this is also the reason why we have defined a vision of ambition of delivering $50 billion by 2030. Again, it's not just about quantum, it's about quality. So we've heard your call on simplification of access, and we are taking measures to reduce the times that it takes for projects to be approved and also for money to reach your countries and communities. One other word on complementarity and coherence. We have been proud to be part of the interim secretariat to establish the Loss and Damage Fund, jointly with UNFCCC and UNDP. We continue to support them, we will continue to support them, and very much look forward to joining hands with others, with the other funds and the MDBs and other IFIs in serving you in the way that you need, you deserve. It's unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable to us all what is happening in your countries. Thank you.
Can I take this opportunity on behalf of all of us to thank Mafalda for her trenchant work. I think all of us have felt the passion and the frustration, and just to reassure her that we are with her as we urge her to fly higher, further, and to gather more money. We now turn to our next speaker, who is, of course, Ibrahima Sheikh Diong, who is the Executive Director for the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and we await his words with joyful anticipation and no dread at all. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for the teaser about the anticipation sense of urgency, which I've heard since I landed in Baku about the expectation from the fund that I have the privilege of being Executive Director. Let me begin by recognizing the tremendous efforts that the seed countries have undertaken for decades to make this fund a reality. And I'd like to pause for a second and give a big round of applause for the work they've done to bring us here. You've demonstrated what we can achieve in the name of global solidarity, consistency, but more importantly, dedication, and we are what we are thanks to your hard work. I want to recognize the leadership of the COP29 presidency. You may have noticed today, over and over, the word FRRD has been mentioned, and you made sure it is indeed on the table in all the conversation that we had, but also underscore the sense of urgency, because it's an area that affects the life of many people in the open world, in the city in particular. While we're making all this progress, unfortunately, extreme weather conditions are getting worse, not better, affecting the lives of millions of people in European countries, and city included. And that itself should also determine why we need to underscore the importance of rapid response so we can bring the solutions that can actually improve the lives of many people who are affected by extreme weather conditions. It is also thanks to the leadership of Azerbaijan on COP29 presidency, we began to get actually some new pledges made here in Baku. To address the question that many have raised in the past intervention, let me make 2 points. One is the commitment of the board in addressing your concerns, and then second, the commitment that I am prepared to make here as Executive Director to be part of the solution. Number one, you know by now we have the pledge of $700 million, and as of yesterday we got about $720 million. We need to move swiftly in making sure we turn those pledges into actual funding, and that is an effort that needs to be done very quickly so we can have resources that we can begin actually to make the funding requires in the seeds in other countries as well. I think second, it's been said by many people who spoke before me, the needs to address loss and damage is in the billions. Why we appreciate and the support being provided so far in the billions that I just mentioned, in the millions, it is important that we need to capitalize the fund as quickly as possible in anticipation of the demand we've seen in all the developing countries. And I have no doubt, under your leadership and your support and your advocacy, we'll continue to make the case why the capitalization needs to happen and happen swiftly. Third, the board of the fund is extremely committed at making sure that we come up with the access modalities as quickly as possible and making access easy, nimble, and flexible and fair to make sure at least we can begin to address the needs of the country we're supposed to be supporting. And that will take into account the lessons learned for previous funds, but more importantly, building on what Mafalda has said earlier, and complementarity and coordination, and make sure we can actually speed up access for the countries who actually need the funding. Forward, the fund also is acknowledging the importance of building actually ownership in our response in the countries we're supposed to support. So we're looking forward also in building the capacities to make sure the accessibility is easier. But more importantly, we're also looking at the ways in which, in developing national loss and damage strategies and plan, whereby our intervention is fully aligned with the policies, the commitment, and the vision of the country we're supposed to support, so at least we can come up with sustainable solutions. Last but not least, the fund also recognizes we're not actually alone in addressing loss and damage. And that is why my colleague to my right, Mafalda, and I have decided to join forces to making sure, as we engage with countries, we pull our resources together so we can actually be part of the solutions. Let me finish by saying what I'm prepared to do as executive directors. I may be on the job only for 1 week, and that is probably too early to make any commitment or statement, but I can tell you this. I came from Senegal in West Africa. I grew up seeing women being challenged by having access to water. I grew up seeing poverty in the countries where I came from. I am absolutely mindful that what we do has a human face, and everything that we do should be geared about making a difference in the lives of people who are affected every single day by drought, tropical cyclone, and flood, and that's what motivates me as executive director, and making sure that we provide the support needed and provide them swiftly so that we can be part of the solutions. Second, as executive director, I know for us to be successful, we have to be transparent, we have to be inclusive, we have to listen. And I'm prepared as executive director in listening to all the countries that are affected by climate change and making sure we can actually tailor-make those response in supporting the countries. Last but not least, our board, under their leadership, believe that the only way we can be successful by using the bottom-up approach so that we can be part of the solution and be demand-driven and not supply-driven. And I hope by COP30 in Brazil, the conversation that we'll be having together, it's not about just being 1 week on the job, it's about how much impact we've had so we can save the life and livelihood of many people who are depending on us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Will be willing you to succeed and will be walking with you in partnership. Excellencies, we are now drawing to a close, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers, but in addition, to thank the Presidency in particular. From a Commonwealth point of view, we thank them for their MOU with the Commonwealth Secretariat, for the commitment they've made for $10 million towards the technical fund for SIDS within the Commonwealth, and also for the MOU with Cosmos for their satellite data to enable us to go further and to scale up the speed and nature of our climate finance claims. But we now come to an end, and we know, Excellencies, that we've heard the ambition for this COP29, which, as the Prime Minister of Grenada described it, needs to be a good COP and not a bad cop. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the man who will facilitate the delivery of our goals, Mr. Yalchin Rafiev, the COP29 chief negotiator. And I hand over to you, sir, to close today's discussions, but know you go with our love, our affection, our determination that you will deliver everything that we have discussed today in a way that we'll be able to mark this COP as the COP which finally not only spoke but actually delivered action which was meaningful. And we thank you in advance for everything you will achieve on behalf of us all. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General, and thank you for your and Commonwealth Secretariat's consistent support to COP29 presidency. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank you all for your active participation and the insightful conversations we had during today's deliberations. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers and contributors today. We are delighted to have hosted this Leaders' Summit of the Small Island Developing States on climate change, along with Samoa, Chair of the Alliance of Small Island States, Grenada, Chair of the Caribbean Community, and Tonga, Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum. Small island states are at the front lines of the climate change. The island communities have been facing the disproportionate impacts of climate change while contributing less than 1% of the greenhouse gas emissions globally. We recognize that small islands are particularly vulnerable to climate change because of their unique circumstances, their remoteness, and high vulnerabilities. We are halfway through the critical decade of keeping the 1.5 degree alive, and this goal is extremely important for small island developing states. The IPCC has already warned that overshooting 1.5 degree will put more than 70% of the coral reefs at risk of severe degradation, including coral bleaching. SIDS are sometimes referred to as large ocean states, and their economy and livelihood are heavily dependent on the ocean. Climate change not only expedites the environmental destruction, but it also encroaches on the development gains enjoyed by SIDS, thereby hindering the speed with which they are able to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Furthermore, in order to deal with the climate change, we have heard loud and clear that SIDS need urgent adaptation interventions which are costly and need concessional financing. In the context of constrained fiscal spaces, this sets back SIDS' aspirations for their development and their ability to strengthen resilience. And while they face several challenges to strengthen their resilience, climate impacts keep on increasing, and the SIDS are in the territory of having to address loss and damage at more frequent intervals. For us, it is imperative that as COP29 presidency, we do all we can to increase ambition and climate action to alleviate this impact. As you have heard today, climate finance is absolutely critical for SIDS' survival in this existential threat. We seek to reach a fair and ambitious outcome on the NCQG at COP29. Yesterday, the COP29 presidency hosted an event where new institutional documents of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage were signed. These signings of institutional documents mark a historic milestone on the journey to providing funding for losses and damages to countries in need. At the same time, we also need to work on our collective capacities and identify and facilitate the exchange of technology to cope with the new realities. In line with the theme for this year's COP, in solidarity for a green world, we must stand together as a global community to ensure that 1.5 goal is achievable, and for this, collectively advocate for ambitious action that leaves no one behind. We hope that today's discussion on addressing critical adaptation and mitigation and loss and damage needs of SIDS lead to constructive and collaborative efforts to collectively build SEED's future in the context of climate change. We commit to making sure that your priorities are at the heart of the work we are doing in these weeks and to support you all the way. Distinguished guests, I'm pleased to inform you that today Azerbaijan has a COP29 presidency and the government of the independent state of Samoa, acting as the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States, adopt Baku Declaration on amplifying SEED's voice at COP29 for a resilient and sustainable future as an outcome of this Leaders' Summit. The Baku Declaration contains a call to the international community to enhance support for SEED's countries in their efforts to tackle the adverse effects of the climate change. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the COP29 presidency, rest assured that you can continue to count on our full support throughout this process, every step of the way. This year's COP is not just about negotiations, it's about action. It is about enhancing our ambition and enabling real, tangible action. It is clear that only through collaboration and collective action can we overcome the immense challenges ahead. We must act with urgency and in solidarity to build a green, resilient and sustainable future. Thank you all once again for your participation.
Want to add my thanks to all the magnificent speakers, the leaders, particularly the COP presidency, for allowing us this opportunity to concentrate on the needs of our small island developing states who are right at the heart of the storm which has become the climate crisis, and to hope that each and every one of us will contribute to the partnership which will build the resilience and the funds that we will need to keep our world safe. And I thank everyone who has attended this absolutely critical panel today. Thank you.
переход. Однако в дальнейшем нам необходимо еще больше укрепить наши действия, и это вызов. Как мы можем обеспечить переход, который примут наши граждане, который могут позволить себе наши компании? Как мы можем избежать политических трений в рамках амбициозных проектов? Мы видим эту проблему в Европе. Европа является лидером в области возобновляемой энергетики. Однако у нас по-прежнему самые высокие цены на энергетику. Мы единственный регион, который устанавливает высокие налоги на выбросы. Мы практически в одиночку отстаиваем правила свободной торговли. Однако на Европу приходится все меньше глобальных выбросов, только 6% в 2023 году. Мы не можем ввести себя в промышленное забытье. Необходимо, чтобы чистый ноль был общей целью. Нам необходим умный зеленый курс, и нам необходимо внести корректировки в общие процессы. Во-первых, Европа и мир должны честнее говорить о компромиссах на пути энергоперехода. Да, в долгосрочной перспективе издержки снизятся, однако этот переход не бесплатен. Мы должны задавать себе жесткие вопросы о нашем пути, потому что во многом это происходит за счет нашей конкурентоспособности. Нам необходимо сделать так, чтобы наша промышленность могла процветать. Мы должны осторожно подойти к этим компромиссам, а не просто отметать их. Во-вторых, Европе необходима регуляторная перезагрузка. Мы слишком много тратим на цели, которые легитимны лишь ограниченно. Мы извлекли этот урок, когда попытались ввести переход для нашего сельского хозяйства. Каждая страна должна прочертить свой собственный амбициозный путь. Нам необходимо прежде всего избавиться от тех выбросов, которые легко убрать. Нам необходимо поддерживать новые технологии. Мы должны быть технологически нейтральны и сделать так, чтобы инновации провели свою работу. Далее, Европа должна ориентироваться в том числе на внутренние энергорынки. Риторически все поддерживают энергорынки, внутренние рынки, но на практике в Европе имеют место разрозненные стратегии, и иногда в Европе мы используем политику и мировоззрение нулевой суммы, но необходимо принимать во внимание глобальные интересы в мире, который меняется. Самый легкий путь — укрепить внутренние энергорынки и обеспечить зеленый переход, а также снизить цены на электричество — это инвестиции в наши энергосети. В недавнем докладе об этом четко говорилось. Энергосети, электросети — это европейское общественное благо. Там нет внутреннего рынка. Невозможен внутренний рынок без расширения нашей возможности передачи электроэнергии в Европе. И, наконец, необходимо больше делать части адаптации в Европе и во всем мире. Наши граждане сталкиваются с беспрецедентными климатическими потрясениями. Нам необходимо больше ресурсов для подготовки, для своевременного реагирования, для того, чтобы спасать жизни и средства к существованию. Необходимо помогать людям и общинам восстанавливаться после бедствий. Мы не можем так сосредоточиться на 2050-м, что забудем о 2024-м. Я привержен европейскому зеленому курсу. Европа должна и останется глобальным лидером зеленого перехода. Однако мы должны быть умны и прагматичны. Мы должны опираться на данные и науку, обеспечивать гибкость и понимать, что может достичь единая Европа. Мы не можем отступить от нашей приверженности борьбе с изменением климата, однако мы должны продолжить этот путь последовательным образом, никого не оставляя позади. Большое спасибо. Спасибо, Ваше Превосходительство. А сейчас я рад поприветствовать Ее Превосходительство госпожу Джорджио Мелони, премьер-министр Италии. Ваше Превосходительство, вам слово. Уважаемые коллеги,
this summit, for which I thank Azerbaijan's presidency, has called upon to contribute further momentum to the effort to limit the global temperature increase to within 1.5 degrees.
Больше для того, чтобы обеспечить достижимость цели в 1,5 градуса. В Дубае мы поставили перед собой амбициозные цели утроить глобальные мощности и удвоить глобальную энергоэффективность до 2030 года. Достижение этих целей требует сотрудничества всех, начиная с крупнейших источников выбросов парникового газа.
Onlar BMT-nin qərarı ilə 1946-47-ci illərində özünü idarə edən ərazilər kimi bəyan ediliblər. Lakin orada bu problemlər yenə də yaşanır. 1996-cı ildə Fransa Polineziyası çox ağır təbiətin degradasiyasına üzləşib və orada Fransa tərəfindən çox sayda nüvə sınaqları aparılıbdır və Fransa torpaqların çirklənməsində, zərərin vurulmasında günahkardır və əgər biz burada 17 nüvə sınağını məhz Əlcəzairdə işğal zamanı aparılmasını nəzərə alsaq, biz anlaya bilərik ki, planetin ekosisteminə nə dərəcədə böyük zərər vurulubdur. Və beləliklə, dəniz ərazisində olan cinayətlərə gəldikdə, bu yaxınlarda əlbəttə ki, rejim tərəfindən insan hüquqlarının pozulmasının şahidin olduq ki, 169 vətəndaş qətlə yetirilmişdir Makron rejimi tərəfindən və 170-ə yaxın insan məhz həbs olunmuşdur. Buna görə də Guadalupe və Martinika belə bir etiraz aksiyalarında bir sıra vətəndaşlar həbs olunmuşdur. Bununla belə Fransa nə Avropa Komissiyası, nə Avropa Parlamenti, nə Avropa Şurasının Parlament Asambleyası tərəfindən tənqid edilməmişdir. Bu riyakarlıqdır və təbii ki, bu siyasi korrupsiyanın simvoluna çevrilmiş Avropa Parlamenti bunlara göz yumaraq və Makron hökumətinin qətlə yetirdiyi vətəndaşların taleyinə heç diqqət yetirməmişdir. Lakin biz bununla Avropa Parlamentindən daha nəyi gözləyə bilərik? Avropa Şurasının Parlament Asambleyasının daha nəyi gözləyə bilərik ki? Çünki Josep Borrell Avropanı bağ adlandırır və dünyanın qalan hissəsini cəngəllik adlandırır. Və əgər biz cəngəlliyiksə, onda bizdən kənar dayanın və bizim işlərimizə müdaxilə etməyin. Azərbaycan kiçik ada dövlətlərinə qoşulmama hərəkatının sədri kimi dəstək verib və COP29-un sədri olaraq öz dəstəyini verir və biz gələcəkdə də öz dəstəyimizi davam etdirəcəyik. Çox sağ olun.
Bugün Azərbaycan Prezidenti İlham Əliyevin, Qazaxıstan Prezidenti Kasım-Jomart Tokayevin və Özbəkistan Prezidenti Şavkat Mirziyoyevin üçtərəfli görüşü olub. Sonra dövlət başçıları Azərbaycan Respublikası, Qazaxıstan Respublikası və Özbəkistan Respublikası hökumətləri arasında yaşıl enerjinin inkişafı və ötürülməsi sahəsində strateji tərəfdaşlıq haqqında saziş imzalayıblar. Daha sonra prezidentlər çıxış ediblər. Həmçinin dövlət başçılarının iştirakı ilə Azərbaycan, Qazaxıstan, Özbəkistan və Səudiyyə Ərəbistanı arasında yaşıl enerjinin inkişafı və ötürülməsi sahəsində əməkdaşlıq üzrə Azərbaycan Respublikasının, Qazaxıstan Respublikasının, Özbəkistan Respublikasının və Səudiyyə Ərəbistanı Krallığının energetika nazirlikləri arasında icra proqramının imzalanması mərasimi olub. Mərasimdən sonra Azərbaycan Prezidenti İlham Əliyevin, Qazaxıstan Prezidenti Kasım-Jomart Tokayevin, Özbəkistan Prezidenti Şavkat Mirziyoyevin və Səudiyyə Ərəbistanı Krallığının energetika naziri Şahzadə Əbdüləziz bin Salman Əl Saudun görüşü olub. Bugün Prezident İlham Əliyev Özbəkistan Prezidenti Şavkat Mirziyoyev ilə görüşüb. Sonra Azərbaycan və Özbəkistan prezidentlərinin iştirakı ilə Xankəndi şəhərində tikiş fabrikinin video bağlantı vasitəsilə açılış mərasimi olub. Prezident İlham Əliyev Avropa Yenidən Qurma və İnkişaf Bankının prezidenti Odil Reno Basso ilə görüşüb. Bugün Prezident İlham Əliyev həmçinin Bolqarıstan prezidenti Rumen Radov ilə görüşüb. Əvvəlcə Azərbaycan prezidenti İlham Əliyevin və Bolqarıstan prezidenti Rumen Radovin iştirakı ilə Sokar və Asarel Enerji arasında birgə inkişaf sazişi imzalanıb. Prezident İlham Əliyev Tonga Respublikasının prezidenti For Eso Zimnogna ilə də görüşüb. Bununla bağlı hazırlanan geniş video materiala bugünkü buraxılışımızda baxa bilərsiniz. Hörmətli tamaşaçılar, xəbər verdiyimiz kimi Bakıda COP29 çərçivəsində inkişaf etməkdə olan kiçik ada dövlətlərinin samiti keçirilib. Tədbirin yekunları barədə ətraflı əməkdaşımız Vüsal Mətləb çatdıracaq məlumatları. Buyurun Mətləb, eşidirik, siz efirdəsiniz.
Xoş gördük. Bəli, bir daha Bakı Olimpiya Stadionundan COP29-un keçirildiyi məkandan salamlayırıq sizi. Artıq məlum olduğu kimi COP29 platformasında müxtəlif formatlarda görüşlər, zirvə görüşləri, eyni zamanda iki tərəfli formatda müzakirələr davam etdirilir. İndi olduğumuz məkanda məsələn dövlət başçılarının, hökumət başçılarının və onların nümayəndə heyətlərinin qeyri-rəsmi formatda müzakirələr aparmaq imkanı var və göründüyü kimi nümayəndə heyətləri, eyni zamanda liderlər bu imkandan istifadə edirlər. Paralel olaraq inkişaf etməkdə olan kiçik ada dövlətlərinin samiti keçirildi. Əvvəlcədən məlum idi ki, belə bir zirvə görüşü ümumiyyətlə bu platforma daxilində müxtəlif zirvə görüşlərinin, müxtəlif tədbirlərin, eyni zamanda pavilyonlarda müxtəlif tədbirlərin keçirilməsi planlaşdırılırdı və bu hazırda davam edir və yaxın geridə qalan günlərdə olduğu kimi növbəti günlərdə də bu cür tədbirlər davam etməkdə olacaq. Azərbaycan prezidentinin çıxışında mühüm mesajlar var idi həmin tədbirdə. Prezident qeyd etdi ki, mən inkişaf etmiş ölkələrə, xüsusən də müstəmləkə keçmişi olan ölkələrə, kiçik ada ölkələrinə yardım etməyə çağırıram. Azərbaycanın bildiyimiz kimi bununla bağlı konkret praktik nümunəsi var. Çünki bu ölkələrə rəsmi Bakının ötən illərdə dəstəyini biz müşahidə etmişik. Xüsusilə qoşulmama hərəkatının sədri kimi həm nəzəri, hüquqi dəstək, həm də maddi dəstəkdən söhbət gedir. Xüsusilə təbii fəlakətlər dövründə, eyni zamanda təhsil və mədəni irsin qorunması layihələrində Azərbaycan həmin ölkələrə dəstək nümayiş etdirib. İqlim maliyyəsi xeyriyyətçilik deyil, bu lüks məhsul deyil, zəruri bəşəri çağırışdır. Həmin zirvə görüşündə səsləndirilən fikirlərdən biri idi və demək olar ki, zirvə görüşünün əsas leytimotivi də elə bu fikrin üzərində idi ki, bugün bəşəri çağırışlardan biri iqlim dəyişiklikləri ilə mübarizə məsələsi bütün dünyaya şamil edilməlidir və iqlim dəyişikliklərinin fəsadlarının aradan qaldırılması təbii ki, onun nəticələri, eyni zamanda səbəbləri sinxron şəkildə müəyyənləşdirilməli və buna qarşı mübarizə sinxron şəkil almalıdır. Eyni zamanda təbii ki, inkişaf etməkdə olan və nisbətən zəif inkişaf etmiş ölkələrin bu istiqamətdə dəstəyə daha böyük ehtiyacı var və inkişaf etmiş ölkələr bu yöndə fəaliyyətlərini sinxronlaşdırmalı və daha da möhkəmləndirməlidir. Azərbaycan prezidentinin çıxışında isə daha bir məqam ondan ibarət idi ki, Fransa və Niderlandın dəniz aşırı əraziləri təbii fəlakətlərdən daha çox əziyyət çəkir. Bu həm təbii fəlakətlər şəklində özünü göstərir, həm də bu ölkələrin, dövlətlərin səsinin dünyaya çatdırılmasında. Bu və digər istiqamətdə dünya birliyinin birgə hərəkət etməsinə ehtiyac var. Belə COP29 platformasında müzakirələr dediyimiz kimi davam edir. Bizim isə bu dəqiqəyə buradan deyə biləcəklərimiz bu qədər. Sözü yenidən studiyaya ötürürəm.
Təşəkkür edirik Üsala ətraflı məlumatları çatdırdığı üçün. Biz isə davam edirik, hörmətli tamaşaçılar. İqlim böhranı qlobal istixana qazı emissiyalarının 4%-dən azına malik olan, lakin iqlimlə bağlı nəticələrin əsas ağırlığını daşıyan Afrikaya qeyri-mütənasib təsir edir. Bakıda keçirilən COP29 tədbirinə qatılan qitə nümayəndələri konferansın problemlərinin həllinə dəstək olacağı qənaətindədirlər. Mövzunu hazırda Bakı Olimpiya Stadionundan bizimlə birbaşa bağlantıda olan əməkdaşımız Rəhilə Rafiq qızı davam etdirəcək. Rəhilə, Afrikada olan nümayəndələrin iqlim problemlərinin həlli ilə bağlı hansı təklifləri var?
Bəli, COP29-un 3-cü günü müxtəlif sessiya və panel iclaslar da davam edir və elə qeyd etdiyimiz kimi 70 minə yaxın müxtəlif xarici ölkələrdən qonaqlar var. Onların arasında həm rəsmi nümayəndələr, müxtəlif delegasiyalar var. Elə hazırda yanımda qonağım var, Kenyanın Angola Respublikasındakı səfiri. Elə biz istərdik məhz onların maraqlandıran mövzularla bağlı elə fikirlərini öyrənək. Məhz COP29-da hansı məsələlər hazırda müzakirə edilir və hansı məsələləri bu COP29-da həll etmək olar. Good to see you here, and we just want to know what kind of problems do you have in your country, and what do you think can we solve them in COP29 in general?
Okay, first of all, let me say that Angola has been represented by Vice President Dr. Esperança Costa. He's representing President João Lourenço to this COP29. Is an opportunity for a country like Azerbaijan to show how far this country has done in terms of implementing all this agenda on climate change. Angola, as a player in this global world, also is facing a lot of climate problems. We are a vulnerable country as well regarding what is happening in the south of the country when it comes to the flooding, it comes to the desertification. So that means we have to be part of the global policy in terms of implementing the climate change agenda. Of course, most of the time, the development program of a country will always require the inclusion of practice, methodology in terms of environment. So Angola is also involved on the transition of energy, trying to raise 70% of renewable source of energy. So all those efforts we are doing, as you know that Angola as an oil producer country, we produce oil, and we have been implementing great program and projects regarding how to utilize the gas instead of continue to explore oil and flare the gas, but we implemented a project called LNG project. And with this LNG project, we can utilize and commercialize gas. As you know, gas is a clean energy.
Thank you so much. Enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
How can we have your...
It's a live streaming. You can see it. After there, we will share it on YouTube.
So if I give you a phone number, I can have it?
Yes, after live streaming, I will come to you. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Bəli, hazırda elə qeyd etdiyim kimi məhz yanımda Angolanın Kenyadakı səfiri idi və o bizimlə məhz COP29-da müzakirə ediləcək məsələlərlə və Angolanı narahat edən məsələlərlə bağlı bizə fikri ilə bölüşdü və bildirdi ki, Angola hazırda ən çox səhralaşmadan əziyyət çəkən ərazilərdən biridir və ümumiyyətlə burada COP29-da həmin məsələlər də müzakirə edilir. Amma istərdim elə operatorumla gəzə-gəzə sizə bunu deyim, buradakı qonaqları və ümumiyyətlə buradakı ab-havanı sizə göstərim. Bəli, və qonağım qeyd etdi ki, səhralaşma hazırda qlobal məsələdir və Angola bu məsələni həll etmək üçün COP29-da bir öz təşəbbüslərini irəli sürmək istəyir və qeyd etdi ki, məhz orada, onların ölkəsində, onlarda neft hasilatı var. Onlar müxtəlif layihələr icra edirlər, layihələr hazırlayırlar ki, məhz bunu havaya, dünyaya belə deyək, zərər vurmadan həyata keçirsinlər. Qısaca sizə məhz Angolanın Kenyadakı səfiri ilə müsahibə təqdim etdik. Tərcüməsinə qısa sizə diqqətinizi çatdırmağa çalışdıq. Hələlik bizdən bu qədər. Biz hazırda buradayıq və gün boyu sizə yeni məlumatları çatdırmağa çalışacağıq. Buyurun, söz sizdədir.
Təşəkkür edirik əməkdaşımıza. Ətraflı məlumatları bizimlə bölüşdü. O cümlədə də müsahibi bir sıra məqamlara toxundu. COP29 çərçivəsində eko-kolonializm, kolonial və neokolonial istismarın ətraf mühit mirası mövzusunda konferans da təşkil olunub. Məqsəd müstəmləkəçi güclərin vurduğu ekoloji ziyanı araşdırmaq, xüsusilə müstəmləkə idarəçiliyinin təsirinə məruz qalan xalqlara xüsusi diqqət yetirməkdir. Tədbirin gedişi ilə bağlı məlumatları hazırda birbaşa bağlantıda olan əməkdaşımız Ayşən Cümüşidova çatdıracaq. Ayşən, eşidirik sizi, ətraflı məlumatlar sizdədir. Buyurun, bölüşün bizimlə.
Bəli, yaşlı zonadan çəkilişlərimiz davam edir. Hazırda isə biz eko-kolonializm tədbirindəyik. Hansı ki, bu tədbir məhz müstəmləkəçi dövlətlərin ekologiya vurduğu, təbiətə vurduğu ziyandan bəhs edir və bununla bağlı hansı addımlar atılmalıdır, bu məsələlər müzakirə olunur. Xüsusilə burada məhz fransız xalqı ilə bağlı olan məsələlər diqqətə çatdırıldı. Onların ekoloji problemləri gündəmə daha çox gətirildi. Çünki Fransanın ekokolonializm tarixi elə onun müstəmləkəçilik tarixi qədər qədimdir. Məsələ biz bunu Fransanın dənizaşırı departamentlərində görmək mümkündür. Məsələn, Martinikə nəzər salaq, burada su hövzələri kimyəvi maddələrlə zəhərlənir və bu da əlbəttə ki, həm təbiətə ziyan vurmaqla yanaşı, eyni zamanda həmin sudan istifadə edən insanları da zəhərləyir. eləyir. Eyni zamanda Grenada misal göstərə bilərik. Burada qızıl yataqları aşkarlanan zaman təbiətə xeyli sayda ziyan dəyir və su hövzələri çirklənir və ağaclar kəsilir. Burada isə biz Kaledoniyanı görə bilirik. Kaledoniyada nikel istehsal olunur və bir məqama isə diqqət çəkək, Niger. Hansı ki 60 il bundan əvvəl müstəqillik qazanmışdı. Amma buna baxmayaraq müasir dövrdə, bu dövrdə nikel iqtisadi bir irəliləyiş göstərə bilmir. Uranın istehsal edilməsi ilə insanları şüalara məruz qoyur. Bu şüalarla insanlar təsirinə məruz qalır. Burada isə biz hər iki Kongonu görə bilirik və hər iki Kongoda isə su hövzələri kimyəvi maddələrlə zəhərlənir və bu da əlbəttə ki, həm təbiətə, həm də insanlara ziyan vurur. Bəli, tədbir ekokolonializmə həsr olunub, hansı ki, müstəmləkəçi dövlətlərin ekologiyaya, təbiətə vurduğu ziyandan bəhs edir. Hələ ki, bizim isə buradan çatdırmaq istədiklərimiz bu qədərdir. Qarşıdakı buraxılışlarda daha ətraflı məlumatlar da verməyə çalışacağıq. Buyurun, söz yenidən sizdən.
Çox sağ olun, çox sağ olun. Ayşən ətraflı məlumatları bizə çatdırdınız. Biz isə buraxılışımızı davam etdiririk. AZTV xəbərə baxırsınız. Hörmətli tamaşaçılar, bu il Türkiyədə iqlimlə bağlı qanun qəbul ediləcək. Məqsəd gələcək nəsillərə təmiz dünya miras qoymaqdır. Bu fikirləri COP29-da iştirak edən Türkiyənin Ətraf Mühit, Şəhərsalma və İqlim Dəyişikliyi naziri Murad Kurum səsləndirib. O, daha yaşıl, təmiz dünya üçün Türkiyənin əlindən gələni edəcəyini deyib.
Tüm hedeflerin altlığı olan iklim kanununu ve bu manada gerek finansa erişim, gerek bu projelerin gerçekleştirilmesi noktasındaki desteği ortaya koyacak adımları atacağız. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın tüm dünyaya ilan ettiği 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedefi doğrultusunda biz de kararlılıkla adımlarımızı atıyoruz, atmaya devam edeceğiz. Burada amacımız gerçekten daha adil bir dünyada çocuklarımızın, gençlerimizin yaşaması, daha yeşil bir dünyada yaşaması, daha huzurlu, daha geleceğe güvenle, emin adımlarla gidebileceği bir dünyayı inşa etmek olacaktır.
COP29'da müxtəlif ölkələrdən dövlət və hökumət başçıları iştirak edirlər. Əməkdaşlarımız konferansın keçirildiyi məkanda Pakistanın baş naziri Şahbaz Şərifin COP29-la bağlı təəssüratlarını öyrəniblər. İzləyək.
Bu cür əlamətdar tədbirin təşkil olunmasına görə əziz qardaşım Prezident İlham Əliyevə təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Onun səriştəli liderliyi mütləq şəkildə effektli nəticələrin əldə olunmasına gətirib çıxaracaq.
İqlim fondu üçün nəzarət mexanizmi yarada biləcəyikmi?
COP28-də dünyanın inkişaf etmiş ölkələri tərəfindən illik 100 milyard dollar vəsait ayrılacağı vəd edilmişdi. Təəssüf ki, o vəd tam yerinə yetirilmədi. Hesab edirəm ki, bu öhdəliklərin yerinə yetirilməsinin vaxtı çatıb.
Biz 400 milyon tondan çox karbon emissiyasının qarşısına aldıq ki, bu da bir çox ölkələrin illik emissiyasından daha böyükdür. Bunu Braziliyanın Ətraf Mühit və İqlim Dəyişmələri naziri Marina Silva COP29 çərçivəsində keçirilən COP sədrlikləri üçlüyünün yüksək səviyyəli dialoqu, ortaq rifahın gələcəyinə doğru missiya 1.5 üçün yol xəritəmiz adlı tədbirdə deyib. Nazir bildirib ki, məqsəd birlikdə həll yollarını müəyyən etmək və COP30-a doğru fəaliyyəti gücləndirməkdir. Braziliyalı nazir onu da vurğulayıb ki, COP sədrlikləri üçlüyünün təqdim etdiyi imkandan maksimum istifadə olunmalıdır. COP29-dan ən çox gözləntisi olanlar isə təbii ki, iqlim böhranından daha çox zərər çəkən ölkələrdir. Çünki bu ölkələrin bir çoxu həm iqtisadi cəhətdən zəif, həm də tez-tez təbii fəlakətlər, sel və daşqınlardan, quraqlıqlardan əziyyət çəkən dövlətlərdir. Bu ölkələrin nümayəndələri məhz bu COP29-un daha səmərəli olacağını düşünürlər.
Dünya dəhşətli fəlakətlərlə üzləşir. Məsələn, Karib hövzəsi regionunda yaşayanlar hər il güclü qasırğalardan, eləcə də quraqlıqdan əziyyət çəkirlər. Bu konferans dünyanın müxtəlif ölkələrindən gələn insanların iqlim dəyişikliyinin mənfi təsirləri ilə bağlı çağırışlarının dinlənilməsi baxımından böyük əhəmiyyət kəsb edir. Burada yeni məhfum olan iqlim qaçqınları ilə bağlı müzakirələrin aparılması da çox vacibdir. Söhbət iqlimlə əlaqəli fəlakətlər səbəbindən vətənlərindən didərgin düşən insanlardan gedir. Biz vaxt itiririk. Düşünürəm ki, dəyən ziyanın qarşılanması fondu kimi mexanizmlər mümkün qədər tez işə salınmalıdır. Çünki iqlim dəyişikliyi heç kimi gözləmir.
Bu tədbir bizim üçün çox böyük əhəmiyyət kəsb edir. Bildiyiniz kimi, Nepal iqlim dəyişikliyinin fəsadlarından çox əziyyət çəkir. Ölkəmiz böyük təhlükələrlə üzləşir. Torpaq sürüşmələri insanların həyatına son qoyur. Biz bunların qarşısının alınmasını istəyirik. İqlim dəyişikliyinin vurduğu zərərin aradan qaldırılması üçün daha çox proqramların qəbul edilməsini, daha çox iqlim maliyyəsinin ayrılmasını gözləyirik. Hazırda bu mexanizm çox mürəkkəbdir. Sadələşdirilməsini və sürətləndirilməsini istəyirik.
Avropanın iqlim təşəbbüsünü maliyyələşdirməsi yetərli deyil. Biz vurğuladıq ki, inkişaf etmiş ölkələr üzərlərinə götürdükləri öhdəliklərə əməl etməlidirlər. Ümidvarıq ki, bu dövlətlər öz öhdəliklərini yerinə yetirəcək.
Ümid edirəm, COP29-da bir çox əməkdaşlıqların şahidi olacaq. Bu tədbir ətraf mühitin mühafizəsi təşkilatlarının sözlərini çatdırması baxımından yaxşı fürsətdir. Mənim üçün konferansın prioriteti bundan ibarətdir.
Qlobal istiləşmənin yarısını təşkil edən səbəb məhz qeyri-karbon qazlarıdır. COP29 çərçivəsində Çin pavilyonunda bu məsələ diqqətə çatdırılıb. Pavilyonda beynəlxalq sıfır karbon adalar əməkdaşlıq təşəbbüsünün açılışı olub. Çin Xalq Respublikasının baş nazirinin müavini Din Suesyan bu sahədə birgə səylərin vacibliyini vurğulayıb.
Çin iqlim dəyişikliyi ilə mübarizə üçün qabaqcıl layihə hazırlayıb həyata keçirəcək. İnkişaf etməkdə olan ölkələrə hava müşahidə avadanlığı, erkən xəbərdarlıq sistemləri təqdim edəcək. Potensialın gücləndirilməsi üzrə dəstək verəcək.
Son illərdə iqlim böhranının təsirləri daha da artıb. Tez-tez baş verən ekstremal təbiət hadisələri insanların həyatı, əmlakları üçün misli görünməmiş problemlər yaradır. Odur ki, iqlimə uyğunlaşma qabiliyyətinin gücləndirilməsi getdikcə daha vacib və aktual məsələyə çevrilir.
Yeni kollektiv kəmiyyət hədəfi kimi əsas məsələlərdə razılığa gəlməliyik. ABŞ prezidentinin iqlim məsələləri üzrə müşaviri John Podesta COP29-la bağlı danışarkən belə deyib. Onun sözlərinə görə artıq bəzi məsələlərin həllinə nail olunub.
Bugünkü görüşdən gözləntiləriniz nələrdir?
Burada yaxşı nəticənin əldə olunması üçün işi davam etdiririk.
Necə nəticə əldə olunmasını gözləyirsiniz?
Ümidvarıq ki, bu həftə ərzində irəliləyiş əldə edəcəyik və gələn həftə uğurlu nəticə əldə edəcəyik. Biz artıq 6-cı maddənin 4-cü bəndi üzrə işi yekunlaşdırmağa nail olmuşuq. Temperaturun 1,5 dərəcədə saxlanılmasına imkan verəcək, yaxşı nəticənin əldə olunması istiqamətində gərgin işləyirik.
Bakıda keçirilən COP samitində Əfqanistan hökumətindən nümayəndə heyəti də iştirak edir. Onların da mötəbər tədbir haqqında fikirlərini öyrənmişik.
Əfqanistan iqlim dəyişikliyinə məruz qalan ölkələrdən biridir. Müxtəlif həmkarlarla fikir mübadiləsi və problemlərin həlli istiqamətində müzakirələr aparmaq üçün buradayıq. Hər şeyi detallı şəkildə təhlil etmək lazımdır. Maliyyə məsələsi isə xüsusi əhəmiyyət daşıyır.
Atom enerjisi üzrə Beynəlxalq Agentliyin baş direktoru Rafael Grossi COP29 samiti ilə bağlı fikirlərini AZTV xəbərə bölüşüb. Təşkilat rəhbəri Ermənistanın istismar etdiyi təhlükəli Metsamor atom elektrik stansiyası barədə ünvanladığı sualı ekskluziv olaraq bizə cavablandırıb.
Düşünürəm ki, nüvə enerjisi, nüvə təhlükəsizliyi, nüvə silahlarının yayılmaması üzərində iş davam etdiriləcək. Sözsüz ki, bu ağ evdə kimin olacağından asılı olmayaraq davam edəcək. Mən bununla bağlı çox nikbin fikirdəyəm.
Fəaliyyəti hələ də davam etdirilən təhlükəli Metsamor atom elektrik stansiyası barədə nə deyə bilərsiniz?
Biz Ermənistanla birlikdə çalışırıq. Bu atom elektrik stansiyasının təhlükəsiz şəkildə fəaliyyət göstərməsi üçün lazımi tədbirlər görürük.
Hazırda əməkdaşımız Ayşən Cümşüdova bizimlə yenidən birbaşa bağlantıdadır. Onun Korsikalı həmsöhbəti də var. Ayşən, eşitirik sizi də, elə qonağınızı da.
Yaşıl zonadakı tədbirlərə maraq hər dəqiqə artır. Biz isə hazırda ekokolonializm tədbirindəyik. Burada müstəmləkəçi dövlətlərin təbiətə vurduğu ziyandan bəhs edilir. Hazırda isə yanımızda Korsikalı ekofəal var. O fransız dilində danışır. Bizə isə köməkli əməkdaşımız edəcək tərcümələrdə. Sualımız isə bundan ibarətdir. Korsikada ekoloji vəziyyət necədir?
Les problèmes de l'environnement en Corse, s'il vous plaît.
Voilà, donc si vous voulez, les atteintes à l'environnement en Corse sont constantes sur le plan historique. Parce que déjà en 1960, l'État français et Général de Gaulle, à l'époque, à la fin de la guerre d'Algérie, a voulu transférer les essais nucléaires d'Algérie en Corse. Ils voulaient faire les essais nucléaires dans un endroit qui s'appelle l'Argenté, qui était une ancienne mine de plomb argentifère. Et la mobilisation massive de la population et des élus de l'époque avait fait reculer l'État. D'abord, pas tellement pour protéger la Corse, mais surtout parce que c'était trop près du littoral continental. Et donc, ils ont choisi un autre endroit, malheureusement, c'est la Polynésie. Et on sait les dégâts que ça a occasionné là-bas et que ça occasionne encore aujourd'hui. Deuxième étape, c'était en 1973, où la montée d'Issonne, qui était une usine chimique, déversait des produits toxiques, les boues rouges, au large de la Corse, dans le golfe du Lion, Toscane. Et le bateau a été détruit par les militants de l'époque. Et les manifestations importantes ont fait reculer et annuler et condamner la montée d'Issonne à payer les réparations. Voilà. D'ailleurs, de là est sortie la notification globale pour toute la Méditerranée de protection écologique de la Méditerranée. Ensuite, il y a eu actuellement un cas récent, c'est la volonté de construire un nouveau port de commerce à Bastia, dans une zone où il y a des posidonies, qui sont des algues, un écosystème protecteur qui a une valeur économique à peu près de 1,72 € au mètre carré par an. Pour 100 hectares à peu près, ça correspond sur 10 ans de travaux à peu près à plusieurs milliards ou un bon milliard d'euros de perte de valeur économique pour la Corse, ce qui est considérable. Et le projet n'est toujours pas abandonné parce que l'exécutif actuel veut encore relancer le projet, ce auquel je pense que les Corses vont s'opposer. Voilà.
Fransa'nın Korsika regionunda ətraf mühitə vurduğu ziyanın çox böyük tarixi var. Elə bu Fransa'nın Korsikanı işğal etməsindən başlayır. Lakin daha vacib məqamlar deyim. 60-cı illərdə Əlcəzair müstəqilliyi əldə etdikdən sonra Prezident Charles de Gaulle nüvə sınaqlarını Əlcəzairdən Korsikaya gətirmək istedi. Məqsəd keçmiş qurğuşun mədənində nüvə sınaqları keçirməkdir. Lakin əhalinin ciddi müqaviməti ilə üzləşdiyinə görə bu layihə dayandırıldı və çox təəssüf ki, nüvə sınaqları Fransanın başqa bir ərazisinə, Polineziyaya aparıldı. Bundan sonra isə növbəti layihə 80-ci illərdə burada kimya zavodlarının tullantılarını dəfn etmək, bastırmaq oldu. Bu məsələ də əhalinin ciddi etirazı ilə qarşılaşdığı üçün layihə dayandırıldı. Amma üçüncü, son yeni bir layihə isə Korsikada böyük bir liman tikməkdir. Yəni bu limanın tikilməsi yüzlərlə hektar ərazinin məhvi deməkdir. Həm də Korsikanın ekosisteminə milyardlarla avroluq ziyan vurula bilərdir. Liman layihəsi başa çatsaydı əgər.
Çox sağ olun, təşəkkür edirik. Bəli, mövzu məhz ekokolonializmdir, hansı ki, müstəmləkəçi dövlətlərin ekologiyaya, təbiətə vurduğu ziyandan bəhs edilir və bununla bağlı da hansı addımlar atılmalıdır? Məhz bu səbkidə müzakirələr aparılır. Buradan hələ ki sizə çatdırmaq istədiklərimiz bu qədərdir. Qarşıdakı buraxışlarda daha ətraflı məlumatlar verməyə çalışacağıq. Buyurun, söz yenidən sizdədir.
Təşəkkür edirik əməkdaşımıza. AZTV xəbərin efirində belə bağlantılarımız mütəmadi olaraq sizə təqdim olunur və qonaqlar ətraflı fikirlərini bizimlə bölüşürlər. Və elə bu məqamda, hörmətli tamaşaçılar, son dəqiqə məlumatı diqqətinizə çatdırmaq istəyirik. Prezident İlham Əliyev bugün Kongo Respublikasının prezidenti Deni Sassou-Nguesso ilə görüşüb. Bununla bağlı hazırlanan geniş materiallara bugünkü buraxılışımızdan baxa bilərsiniz. COP29-da dünyanın istənilən ölkəsindən gələn qonağa rast gəlmək mümkündür. Qonaqlar həm burada müzakirələrə qoşulurlar, həm də Azərbaycan mətbəxindən dadaraq öz layihələri üzərində işləyirlər. Əməkdaşlarımız bu dəfə Sinqapur və Braziliyadan olan iştirakçılarla həm söhbət olublar, onların iş prosesi ilə maraqlanıblar, tədbir barədə təəssüratlarını öyrəniblər.
Bütün aspektləri araşdırırıq. Masa arxasında əyləşib video şərhlər izləyir, müzakirələr aparırıq. Bütün ziyarətçilər üçün yenilikdir. Çox maraqlı hazırlanıb.
Maraqlı fikirdir. Həmkarlarla bir masa arxasında çay içib, ekranda müəyyən video çarxları izləmək və daha sonra onu müzakirə etmək imkanı qazanırıq. Gözəl sərgidir.
Konferans çox gözəl hazırlanıb. Biz də böyük məmnuniyyətlə öz işlərimizi, fikirlərimizi, layihələrimizi təqdim edirik. Sizin mətbəxinizlə də tanış olduq. İndi içdiyim çay dadlıdır, həm də təbiidir.
COP29-un rəsmi qonaqları ölkəmizə gəlməkdə davam edirlər. Bugün Rusiya Federasiyası hökumətinin sədri Mikhail Mishustin BMT-nin iqlim dəyişmələri üzrə çərçivə konvensiyasının tərəflər konferansının 29-cu sessiyasında iştirak etmək məqsədi ilə Azərbaycana səfər edib. Heydər Əliyev Beynəlxalq Aeroportunda qonağı Ədliyyə Naziri Fərid Əhmədov və digər rəsmi şəxslər qarşılayıblar. Dənizkənarı Milli Parkda dəniz növlərinin beynəlxalq müdafiəsi adı altında sərgi keçirilir. COP29 çərçivəsində təşkil olunan sərgidə sualtı dünyaya və dünya sularında yaşayan canlıların əhəmiyyətinə həsr edilən, onların qorunmasının vacibliyini ön plana çıxaran fotolar nümayiş olunur. COP29 müddətində yaşıl zonada qurulan pavilyonda mövzuya aid müzakirələr də davam edəcək. Azərbaycanın qədim mədəniyyət məskənlərindən olan Şəki bugün həm də regionun önəmli turizm mərkəzi kimi tanınır. Turistlərin ən çox üst tutduqları bölgələrdən biridir. Payız turizm həvəskarları arasında da Şəkini seçənlər çoxdur. Əməkdaşlarımız yuxarı baş dövlət memarlıq qoruğunun ərazisində onların təəssüratlarını öyrəniblər.
Payız Şəkiyə öz rəngini və ab-havasını gətirib. Bu görkəmi və xarakteri ilə də payızı sevənləri özünə cəlb edir bu qədim şəhər və payız turizminin populyarlaşmasında mühüm rol oynayır. Artıq bölgəyə Qızıl Payız adlı turlar təşkil edilir.
Sözün əsl mənasında Şəkinin, turizm mərkəzinin nəbzi məhz Xan Sarayında vurulur. Azərbaycanın paytaxtından, Azərbaycanın bölgələrindən məhz Şəkiyə üz tuturlar, Şəkinin tarixi abidələrini ziyarət edirlər.
Payız turizmi artıq yay və qış turizmi ilə rəqabət aparır. Şəkidəki otellərdə boş yer tapmaq çətindir. Ümumi yerlərin 80% tutulub. Payızda otel və səyahət qiymətlərinin yaya nisbətən ucuz olmasının da turistlərin sayına təsiri var. İndi Şəkiyə gələn yerli turistlər arasında Bakı sakinləri üstünlük təşkil edir.
Payız fəslidir, gözəl fəsildir, çox gözəldir, çox xoş təəssüratlarla qayıtmaq istəyirik, qayıdırıq inşallah. Və hər kəsə də tövsiyə edirik ki, gəlsin Şəkini. Həqiqətən çox gözəl. Biz 3 ildən bir demək olar ki, gəlirik və hər dəfə də yeniliklər görürük, yeniləşir, gözəlləşir.
Tarix səhifələrində oxuduğum o tarixi yerləri gəlib gözəl görmək, hətta bu payız fəslində də çox gözəldir buralar və buraları görmək bizim üçün çox maraqlıdır. Nə yaxşı ki, belə gözəl tarixi yerlərimiz var və bu da göstərir ki, Azərbaycan xalqı çox qədimlərə dayanır, onun tarixi.
Yol infrastrukturunun yenidən qurulması turistlərə ən ucqar kəndlərə, meşələrə gedib payızın gözəlliyini görməyə, bol oksigenli havasını udub dincəlməyə imkan verir. Uzaq Şri Lankadan gələn turistlər də ölkəmizi qızıl payızda görüb bəyəndilər.
It seems to be so delicious, yes.
Sizin dadlı yeməkləriniz, gözəl təbiətiniz, gülərüz insanlarınız, folklorunuzla tanış olduq. Çox xoşbəxtəm ki, bura gəldim, belə zənginliyi gördüm. Hər şeyi bəyənirik. Ümid edirəm ki, bir daha bura gələcəm. Hər şey üçün təşəkkür edirik.
I really like this country.
Biz sizin ölkənizi çox bəyəndik. Şri Lankanın iqlimi sizin ölkənin iqlimindən fərqlidir. Sizin çox gözəl folklorunuz da var. Özünə məxsus üslubda çalışan əl sənətkarlarınız var. Öz ölkəmizdə burada gördüklərimiz haqqında danışacağıq. Azərbaycan daima bizim qəlbimizdə olacaq.
Bəli, Şəki şəhəri təbiəti, tarixi memarlıq abidələri, eləcə də ləziz mətbəxi ilə qonaqlarda unudulmaz təəssüratlar yaradır. Əli Səmədov, İbrahim Mustafayev, Rəşidə Zülfüqarova, AZTV xəbər.
İqlim dəyişikliyi ilə mübarizədə Mərakeş Krallığı da səylə çalışır. Xüsusilə bərpa olunan enerji mənbələrindən istifadəni genişləndirirlər. Krallığın baş naziri COP29 çərçivəsində jurnalistlərə açıqlamasında bu barədə danışıb. Baş nazirin COP29-da bağlı fikirlərini indi sizə təqdim edirik.
İqlim dəyişikliyinin təsirləri Afrikada kəskin hiss olunur. Bu ölkələr maliyyə və karbon emissiyalarının azaldılması məsələsində həmrəylik nümayiş etdirməlidirlər. Mərakeş su ehtiyatları bərpa olunan enerji sahəsində böyük layihələr həyata keçirir. Biz sıfır emissiya hədəfinə doğru irəliləməkdə davam edəcəyik.
Azərbaycanda beynəlxalq tədbir keçiriləndə turistlərin daha çox üz tutduğu ünvanlardan biri Bakı olur. Əməkdaşlarımız bu günlərdə şəhərimizə gələn turistlərlə həmsöhbət olub, onların təəssüratlarını öyrəniblər.